model to make it generate stranger and more creative outputs. So why are we doing that? Viktor Shklovsky in early 20th century said that art's main function is to make the familiar strange, make us perceive things that we know in a fresh way, in a way that we, as if we see it for the first time. So that is Shklovsky's ostranение, or defamiliarization. We ground our aesthetic of our activation steering in the works of these two filmmakers, Andrei Tarkovsky and David Lynch. And they exemplify this approach of embedding the strange or defamiliarized into the mundane, into the everyday. So, for example, in Tarkovsky's Solaris, the rain falls in inside the cabin and the father doesn't react. And in Twin Peaks by David Lynch, the characters in the Black Lodge speak in reverse recordings, and the coffee doesn't pour from a cup. So this is strangeness that's embedded in the mundane. It's not all the strange all the time, but it's mostly every day, but then something goes a bit strange. So why it matters for the creative process? Rick Rubin gave a taxonomy of creative stages, and one of them, the first one, is the seed phase, where artists are open to stimuli that put them into a state where making art is inevitable. So the stimuli at that phase that are most productive, that are most generative, are the ones that where the stimuli are unresolved, where they're not foreclosed, they're open, they're indeterminate. Something is not, all is not explained, all is not stated clearly. So, and famously, Leonardo da Vinci told students to look at old walls, to look at the streaks in the old walls, and these are the projective stimuli that generate ideas in our heads. And this maps onto the famous Wundt effect curve, where there's a continuum between the predictable stimuli that are entirely predictable, like postcard type of statements, and random, complete randomness. So the stimuli that I found the most maximally engaging are the ones in middle range, something that's not entirely predictable and not entirely random. So these are the stimuli that we are mostly interested in, creating something that's unresolved, but yet not randomness. So our aim is not to create complete polished artifacts, but our aim is to create texts that act as projective stimuli, that actually stimulate the mind to come up with new ideas. So how is the mechanism working in the overall human-machine interaction? So the activation steering, for example, or any other mechanism that produces these sort of estranging, indeterminate lines or texts, is perceived by us, and we enter, because we can't resolve the unresolvable. So our mind goes into that state of sustained attempted resolution, but we can't resolve it. So we keep churning this what we see in our heads, but we can't resolve it. So that stimulates, that puts us in a state of increased attention, increased enhanced perception, and that in its turn creates a state of where ideas start flowing. We have done, in our past research we worked with LSTM VAEs, which are very small models that generate texts that are short lines, but they tend to be, there's a mixed bag, but some of them are very evocative, and they come as a surprise. You don't expect them, and suddenly you see something that's so strange and so evocative. So, and it works because LSTM VAE is a very small model. It's inherently limited. So its limitation is its strength, because it's capable of producing such unexpected lines that are surprise to us, and the machine hasn't planned it. It just happens, right? So our goal here is, can we make something like that in a long form? Can we make a model that generates these evocative, indeterminate, unresolved texts, but in a long form, like a passage, or let's say a short story type of thing? And that's what we set out to do. And we use the method of activation steering. So activation steering works by, it's a method that was created for mostly behavioral steering of LLMs, for example, to produce less sycophanted responses or to make less hallucinations. So we apply it to create that aesthetic result. So the way activation steering works is that you need to have open weights model, and you need to have a set of contrastive pairs, where in our case, one counterpart in the contrastive pair is a neutral, very bland story where things are narrated in a matter-of-fact way, extremely boring. And the other counterpart is literary text, so it's rich, it's imagistic, but it also has some strangeness in it. For example, ontological uncertainty or some conceptual incongruency. For example, a person enters a hotel room carrying a suitcase, and he sees that suitcase already open in a room. And we created 60 training pairs. By training, I mean not training like pre-training an LLM. So this is all done post-training. It's just to derive this activation steering vector. So we created the 60 pairs, each 12 in each of the 5 categories, which were crafted to be inspired by these film directors. So contemplative Tarkovskian influenced Lynchian generally, and then specific films like Lost Highway by Lynch, Stalker, and Solaris by Tarkovsky. And so the way activation steering works is that we have these contrastive pairs, then we feed, let's say, all the neutral stories, and we extract that activation, for example, at layer 13, and we average all these per token activations into a single vector. And then we do the same for the strange stories, and then we subtract neutral from strange. And that we get that strangeness vector that we then, when we generate stories, we add it to the vector of each token as we generate it. So we steer the model, we pull it in the direction of generate something stranger. And it's done entirely without any prompting, without any pre-training, like specialized pre-training. So it's just all at inference time. And we did, as our model, we used Llama, 8 billion model, and we also replicated the whole set of experiments on Mistral. So, and layer 13, we did a full sweep of layers, and layer 13 proved to be more effective. So what we found out, and by the way, there's a alpha. Alpha is a weight that allows us to control the strength of steering. So we can increase alpha, steer more, decrease alpha, or even put it into negative. And actually it would make stories more bland, ridiculously bland, actually, really almost humorously. So, but what we see here is, so there are 2 axes here, so there's estrangement and coherence, right? And as we increase alpha, up to alpha 6, estrangement kind of stays flat, and so is coherence. But then suddenly it all flips, right? So the estrangement becomes extreme and coherence drops. So that actually is the wall that basically results in token noise. So we don't have that nice middle ground where things are strange but still retain coherence. So we don't have that. And so therefore we broke the process into 2 stages, or two, we call it dual steering. So we steer 2 layers, layer 13 and layer 14. So layer 13 is steered on that same vector, bland stories versus literary estranged stories, but that controls only the register, the literary register. So when we dial up that knob, we kind of get more literary, more imagistic stories, but strangeness is not really affected. So we dial it moderately. But then layer 14, we create separate sets of contrastive pairs. Both are literary, but one has strangeness in it. So that is reality stability dial. So when we dial it up, we introduce something that bends the reality in the story, something that's adds to the story that's incongruent, like ontological incongruent or some conceptual incongruency. So the 2 of them work together and produce most interesting results. So when we look at the results, so here the blue dots are the single layer steering, and the beige ones are the dual layer. So the single layers, you can see it's highly coherent, low strange, and then it drops very rapidly here. But this region is never reached by the single layer steering. So this is something that we can actually reach as kind of that middle ground where things are still coherent, but more strange. And this dots our comparison with prompting only, and I'll come to that in a minute. So here's the story that was generated by dual steering based on the Lynchian steered vector. Emily stood on the edge of the cliff, staring at the cliff. She had been staring at the cliff for hours. They said the cliff wasn't there. So simple vocabulary, simple syntax, but the world falls apart and we don't know why. It's very, very Lynchian, if you know David Lynch's films. But the system didn't know about Lynch. It only saw our contrastive pairs that were kind of a simulacrum of what Lynch would potentially look like. And Lynch is a filmmaker, so there's no text that essentially is Lynchian. So, so what we get is that something we are able to generate that was not present in the training data. And by training data, I mean the contrastive pairs. So the contrastive pairs had almost like canon kind of estrangement, like, okay, the suitcase, someone walks into a room and sees their suitcase. You could say that that's not very potentially interesting, but the model can generate something that surpasses that, that goes beyond it. And we have a controllable dial that controls the strangeness. So, we've done, as a comparison, just prompting. So the question is, can we achieve the same with prompting alone? And the argument is that no, we can't, because the LLM in itself is a completely determining apparatus. It's not capable of stepping out of its own pool to kind of tie everything together. So when it's prompted to generate experimental prose, it reaches for canon, like for lowercase everything, ellipses, broken sentences. It's just all very, very standard 20th century prose, right? But the kind of thing that we get is more ontological disruption. So the bus that had been on time was not. The bus that was coming was not. These kind of sentences. So, so we had a small human study where we asked people to rate strangeness. They all mostly ranked the dual steered as more strange. And also they varied, they rated when they were also asked to comment. And they noted that dual steered strangeness was due to the content, whereas the strangeness that was in the prompted text was due to the syntax. So it's not one tool for artists, it's a spectrum of tools. And depending on what alpha you choose, for example, moderate alpha creates rich imagistic prose. It's less banal, less trivial than just LLM. LLM tends to create this postcard type of content, but this is more interesting in some ways. With dual layer steering, it infuses that estrangement into otherwise intact, coherent narrative. And then high alpha is actually really interesting for experimental artists who want to really go a bit beyond, and this creates very, very interesting, almost abstract poetry type of things, which can be very stimulating and very interesting. So, yes, so that's as a final note, I'd like to say that yeah, the most stimulating, surprising disruption happens when we embed the strange into the mundane. And when it's strange all the time, our mind assimilates it. It's not really that interesting anymore. But this method allows us to have that kind of everyday sort of narrative, but then something happens. And that, like the Emily Cliff example, when it's just completely unexpected. Thank you.
Okay, so do we have questions for Olga? Gary.
Thank you for an interesting talk. So we didn't see the architecture of the network, fair enough, because it's pre-trained and all of that. But my question, you seem to be assuming that you can treat the layers independently. And that isn't always the case with neural networks, because you can get a learning system which spans layers, right? So you have a sort of functional component of the system which depends on parts of multiple layers which are not necessarily connected with the rest of those layers. This is really hard to explain without a drawing. But so do you think it is possible in this context that your specific choice of layers is too specific, and maybe that you need to be a little bit more flexible with that? And if so, how could you do so?
Yeah, thanks. So the layers, we determined the layers. So we did a full sweep. So there are 34 layers. We did a full sweep. For each, so dual steering, the first, the steering towards the rich imagistic prose was layer 13. The other one was the strangeness was layer 14. So we determined that empirically. But when you say that they're disconnected, they're not really disconnected, because it's a pipeline. When you do inference, right, per token, every token signal floats up, right, through the layers. So let's say it reaches layer 13. So it has its own activation vector. And then we have that already derived strangeness vector. So we added element-wise addition, and then we pass on that already perturbed vector upstream to the next layer 14. And then we have its own vector. We add it again, and that perturbs it more. So we pass it even further. So we found some interesting heuristics that when we perturb adjacent layers, it actually disrupts more, because the model kind of tries to assimilate this, but it can't because it's so close. And that addition of that vector kind of pulls it away. So we have this constant tension between the model trying to generate coherent prose, but then our steering pulls it away, kind of throws it off, and then it tries to regain its ground.
I think what you just said is evidence for the fact that my suggestion might be correct.
When we perturb more stuff?
Well, yeah, if there's a suggestion there that there might be functionality which is in multiple layers.
Yes, yeah, exactly. There's some kind of interplay between them. Yeah.
Thank you.
More question? So, Olga, it's interesting to see that you're trying to get the model to be stranger, when a lot of people are working on narrative generation and working the other way. It's this, like, the thing in itself will usually, over a long enough span, start to lose coherence and so on. There's a lot of people trying to work on that. Have you tried these things at a slightly longer scale and longer text? Does it really go wild, or does it still retain some coherence?
So yeah, so we limited our story generation to 400 tokens, and we steered for 200 tokens, and then we kind of tapered it off. And we did notice that it's cumulative. So when we steer it for longer, it does lose coherence. So it could be that our next thought is to have something adaptive, right? And but it does lose coherence because it accumulates strangeness, and every time it produces the next token, it works off stranger and more perturbed kind of text.
But can you sort of switch it on and off? So generate the beginning of the text to be coherent, and then sort of steer it off a little, and then let it drift back, and then steer it off again?
Yeah, when we stop steering, it kind of goes back into the mundane.
Okay.
And then, but in the spirit of, let's say, films like Lynch, right? He doesn't do strange all the time. He goes into the mundane, and then he introduces strangeness again. So that actually is could be an aesthetic choice. That
it's probably what you were saying at the beginning. It's the key, right? It has to be something you can relate to, and then a little strange. You can't be strange all the time, because it's
Yeah.
Any more questions? No? Okay, so let's thank the speaker. And our next speaker is Alvin. Who's going to talk about character persistence. So you get 12 minutes. I'll give you a signal when you have 5 to go. Okay.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Elvin, and I'm representing my team over here from University of Southern California. Also, my mentor from Occidental College, whose name is Joe Walsh. And I'll be presenting on our paper, Remember Me, Enhancing Long-Term Character Persistence in LLM-Generated Stories with Knowledge Graphs. And also, as mentioned by the speaker before, I just want to ask a question to all of you. Have you ever tried using LLMs to generate all kinds of like narratives or stories yourself? I see some people nodded. Yeah, some people didn't, but that's fine. Maybe by experience, when you're using it, you may discover that LLMs are very good at answering questions, but sometimes suffer in generating narratives, especially keeping the story in a continuous flow. And it's also mentioned in some other papers, specifically E et al. He mentioned that like there are problems like characters appearing and disappearing across the story without explanation. There can be like contradictions between like relationships between characters as well. And the core issue behind this problem is that LLMs can lack persistence memory across a very long generation context because of its issue with like long context, cross intention, etc. So why does this matter? It's because we want LLMs sometimes to be able to create reliable, coherent content for either personalized education, which means like intelligent textbooks that can interact with students. And a company like Elo is working on that. And then sometimes creating interactive entertainment, for instance, developing plot for games and also interactive fiction, and also just AI-assisted creative writing overall. Okay, so before jumping into my methodology, I want to introduce this concept of a knowledge graph, and it is a organized representation of different semantic entities and relationships. And it is quite a token efficient way to encode these relationships between characters or events, etc., especially for LLMs. And here comes our pipeline of using knowledge graph guidance and multi-agent framework to assist like continuity and coherence in stories generated by them. So we designed three different agentic phases. And the first one is a planner who is responsible for orchestrating the whole workflow and assigning tasks, and a writer who is responsible for writing the story chapter by chapter. And we limited the chapter to around like 1,000 plus, lower than 2,000 words. And it generates chapters chapter by chapter with some context created by the graph agent who is responsible for extracting knowledge graphs from existing chapters that represent the story. And these three agents develop on a shared evolving knowledge graph context throughout the generation phase. And we built this using a framework called LangGraph. It is a framework for building stateful multi-agent LLM applications, and it models different agents as nodes and the connection between them as conditional edges that manages the workflow. Okay, more specifically on how the grapher extracts knowledge graphs, we asked the grapher to extract specific entities, exactly characters, events, objects, locations, and organizations, which are important entities for a story. And also in terms of the context passed to the writer agent, we first of all pass the cumulative knowledge graph from combined from all of the chapters previously in the story, but also we emphasize on foundational entities from the first chapter by passing a separate knowledge graph specifically for the first chapter, and also like milestone chapters as well, which means like every fifth chapter, and knowledge graph development from recent chapters to form a kind of temporal development of knowledge graph context. Yeah, and besides that framework, we also decided to add a variety of story arc constraints and starting prompts for our experimentation. Following Tian et al.'s paper, we included several different classical narrative archetypes that guides the flow of the story. And we also used 10 different starting prompts for our tests, spanning different genres, including like detective stories, science fiction, etc. And why do we do that is because we noticed that when passing the same prompt or adding no constraints for like the story arc, etc., we see a lot of cliche plot happening across various generations, and sometimes the different runs can can have characters of the exact same name as well. So we wanted to add more variance across generated stories. And also these story arcs can provide a natural stopping point for the agents to realize when to stop the generation. Okay, yeah. Afterwards, we decided to evaluate how our pipeline performs against just vanilla LLM prompting. And we noticed that existing metrics often fall short for these kind of reference long form generation tasks. For instance, there are metrics like Blue or Meteor, which requires a reference text and isn't a very great metric to evaluate for our case. And there are also approaches like Union, who trained based on generating negative and positive samples of different creative stories and rating them. And however, the model is trained with a BERT encoder, which has a 512 token limit length, and which is not suitable for our 1,000 word plus per chapter narratives. And also we tried using LLM as judge to evaluate stories. I think a lot of people has also been doing that. But we first of all came over this paper written by Wang et al. Who said that first of all, LLM ratings is not that very highly correlated to how human rates stories. And also he discovered that there can be bias towards LLM generated text specifically. So sometimes LLMs gives higher ratings to stories just because they have a more language that's similar to what they themselves generate. So we like diverted away from trying to rate the quality of a story overall and proposed a way to just evaluate character and relationship continuity with some retention-based metrics. So it's just like one kind of quality of the story you want to measure. Yeah, and the metrics are designed as follows. So there is a chapter 1 retention, which means how all these are percentage scores, and chapter 1 retention means how much of the characters that are existed in chapter 1 is still present in each following chapter. And also cumulative retention means like how much of all the previous existed characters are still present in this new chapter generated. And rolling retention means just how much from the exact previous chapter is still present, which is more short-term continuity. And in order to evaluate these metrics, we used a NLP algorithm called name entity recognition to extract characters from stories chapter by chapter, and also try to use a heuristic to detect relationships via like co-occurrence across a spanning window of 5 sentences, and also dependency parsing using verbs. So like a relationship is classified as detected if a verb connects 2 different named entities. But it's just like a heuristic that try to evaluate these stuff. Yeah, so in terms of our experiment setup, we used a Cloud Haiku model and generated 50 KG guided stories with 50 no KG stories, which means vanilla prompting. And yeah, using the 10 different starting prompts that I've mentioned earlier. And we did a student's t-test on 10 different metrics, spanning 6 retention metrics that I've mentioned before, and also just on total characters and new characters introduced per chapter as well. Yeah, and these are the results in terms of character retention. And we noticed that there is not that much difference between total characters or new characters introduced metrics comparing both pipelines, like the baseline pipeline and also our KG guided pipeline. However, there is a slight lesser new characters introduced in the KG pipeline, and we assume this is because it values more character development instead of just introducing new side characters all the time. Yeah, and across the different retention metrics for characters, we can see that our pipeline has some significant results in keeping better consistency of respecting early on foundational characters from chapter 1 and characters from previously in a story represented by cumulative retention, and also just from the exact previous chapter representing short-term continuity across the story. Yeah, and these are the relationship retention results. And we can see that interestingly, our pipelines stories have more total relationships per chapter. And it probably represents how it values more diversity in character relationship instead of like pushing the plot very quickly. And however, it doesn't show very strong significance in rolling or cumulative metrics, yet shows some significance in retaining foundational relationships from chapter 1. Yeah, and here are some knowledge graph representations of stories generated through our pipeline, which is on the left, and stories generated without knowledge graph guidance on the right. And we can see that like the knowledge graph generated pipeline generally has a more dense knowledge graphs with more edge connections and like more connectivity between characters and also other different entities. All right, so we acknowledge that there are several limitations to our study. And first of all, like based on our metric, we can see that the KG pipeline does not significantly improve relationship and retention by a large margin. And this can be happening because of 2 reasons. First of all, it can be that the knowledge graph doesn't preserve as much relationship as expected, but it can also because of our metric using some relationship extraction heuristic that is not fully representative of how actual relationships are in a story. And also, even though we didn't have the chance to have a massive human evaluation, we did ask some human evaluators to read the generated stories, and they said that the plot can be quite cliche without distinctive voice. And I think that's because our pipeline generally improves on continuity and consistency of the story, but can lack more creativity in terms of story quality. And also, it would be great if we would be able to conduct experiments at a larger scale, including more models, especially like open sourced ones. And so for future work, we would like to include some more agents in the system, especially verifier and critic agents that can rate stories generated per chapter and ask maybe the framework to rework on some certain chapters if they do not like it. And also we can conduct more broader study on more models as mentioned, especially open sourced. And more importantly, we'd like to develop some future work in developing applications, including using the pipeline to facilitate intelligent textbooks in auto-generating comprehension questions for stories for kids, and including like generating concept maps as well to facilitate more diverse personalized learning. And also extend the pipeline by adding a illustration generation process to add more pictures to the stories as well. Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
So thank you. I think it's a very good tool. This is something that's been plaguing us when we try to generate especially long stories. But at the same time, it's the problem with it's a bit like what Olga was showing us, right? When you're working over long stories, if you're trying to steer the whole story in the same direction, it doesn't work that way. I mean, over a long story, you get different changes. So, have you thought about like a more fine-grained version of this? It's obviously first the knowledge graph you're saying it is not actually doing a good job at ensuring that the characters stay, right? It's doesn't make much difference with respect to the original. Is that correct? Have I understood that correctly?
Makes some like difference in like making characters stay, but like in relationship wise, it's not very much detected by our heuristic, but we have no clear conclusion in terms of relationship. But for characters, it does have some significant results in keeping more.
But even so, like if you're thinking long stories, are these, can you help us to parse the numbers that you gave us? And is this like novel length or is it short story length? It's chapters, right? So
it's usually very short story length, like around 5,000 to 10,000 words, which is pretty long compared to all the like studies on like LLM generation texts, which, as I mentioned, some stories they used like investigation on like 500 word stories, which are just 10 times shorter.
So I was thinking, obviously, in a longer story, that you may want to start considering the difference between your protagonist, which really should be the same all along, and secondary characters. And secondary characters to change a little is not that bad, right? It's so could you maybe sort of fine tune this in some way to address that kind of thing? Like you have a story of this characters moving from to different places, or here at the beginning he's with all the characters where he started from, and at the end he's with all the characters where he arrived, but none of the ones who were at the beginning are at the end, and that's acceptable. So could you fine tune this in some way to address that kind of thing?
Yeah, I think you can improve the pipeline in a way of keeping track of like the status of different characters, including like marking the protagonist and also different like the importance of side characters. I think like instruct the LLM or another agent to do that task. Yeah, but I don't think fine tuning would work specifically, but like just
No, I mean, I didn't mean fine tuning specifically. I mean, in a more generic way, like to have a more elaborate, more refined version of this that can allow you to select which characters stay or which characters don't.
Yeah, that would be a great idea to maybe even develop some user interface that can interact with the pipeline and like select like which characters the user want to like keep exactly. Yeah.
And sorry, weren't any questions when I started. Sorry, yes, please. Questions. Oh, sorry. Good.
I have a question regarding how you defined characters in different cases, because normally what you do with characters is you define the want, the need, the fears, the hopes, and then you do an interplay. And these can exchange and they can switch from one to the other during the story. But the whole point is that defining these and doing this interplay creates empathy, because the goal is for the reader to empathize with the character no matter what is happening, especially if you mentioned children's stories. So the action is secondary thing. The most important thing is the empathizing through this interplay. So I was just wondering, when you said character entity, how is that being defined in these scenarios?
Oh yeah, like these are purely like the entities I define are like basically based on like extracting names, and it's not specifically correlated to like the specific development of a character. I think it would be a great idea to like introduce maybe, as you mentioned, these different dimensionality of a character in the like generation process, like instruct the LLM to keep track of that as well. But like in terms of the verb character that I mentioned is solely based on like, let's say your name or like a reference to you in a sentence, and it's not generally correlated to like the whole overall development, I'd say.
Yeah. The question I have is about is the consistency of characters chronological? Because story can jump between, let's say, flashback, or it could be telling story completely out of order. How would the method deal with that?
Okay, so you're saying like because of stories can jump across different timelines, like some side characters may like appear or disappear. Are you saying that?
Characters now jump characters 20 years ago, and then back to modern time, and then back again.
Okay, yeah. I think, yeah, one thing is that like the metric we designed, like there's a like rolling retention metric, which like detects more short-term like character consistency. So even though you can jump like 20 years back or something. And but between like closed chapters, there should still be like some kind of consistency in terms of the characters that are persistent in the short frame. So I think that metric reflects like kind of that. But yeah, like longer frame metrics do not reflect very well on the case that you mentioned, I think.
Hey, thank you for your presentation. It's pretty close to what I'm working on right now. So, as far as I understood, you said that these stories were like long, actually long, right? Like thousands of words.
Yeah, they're not like long in a novel sense, that in the literary literature sense, but in terms of like computer science studies, they're very long.
Yeah. So I was wondering if you considered or I don't know, analyzed or whatever, how the evaluator's attention dropped or changed during the experiment. Because when you read just like a George story, you are done like in a minute maybe. But if you had to read a long story and pay attention to how the characters behave and what about the characters, maybe the evaluators just, I don't know, feel tired or something. It's just a curiosity.
Wait, excuse me. You mean by like readers' attention in the story when they're reading it?
Yes.
Yeah, like I think that would be a great idea, and also just adding more human evaluation, but like we couldn't afford to do massive like experiment on that. But yeah, I think generally when I was reading it, I think like in terms of language and just short-term like flow, I think both approaches, like either just using LLM straight up or using our pipeline, works pretty well. But in like long-term context, like there is more structured character development in the stories generated with our pipeline, like not that much dramatic changes in like a short frame in terms of character and how they approach things, etc. So I think there's some like nuance difference that can grab it, like my attention at least, like when reading them.
Hi, great study, by the way. I had a question about the story arcs. Maybe you already said it, but when asking for a story, did you explicitly said what story arc was the story going to be? Or did the LLM decide that on its own?
But yeah, we explicitly say it in a prompt because like if we do not say it, it will just generate usually one type of like classical arc that is in a story, and we didn't want that for our experiments especially.
Right, and follow-up question, did you notice a big difference between the story arcs, like the metrics? One was better or anything like that?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't conduct a full study on that. I think like because the paper that we're referencing also has some studies on like story arcs specifically, so we decided like not to do some additional work on that. But I think in general, like story arcs make some slight difference in terms of like flow of plot, like in the structure of the story. But I think that's the overall thing I noticed personally. Like we didn't conduct any statistics on that. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions? No? I was just thinking while you were answering the questions, maybe the reason why you're not getting a lot of traction on the relationships when trying to make them persistent is precisely because stories are usually about how relations evolve. So someone has some relations at the beginning of the story and different ones at the end. Usually sort of a couple has come from being single to being a couple and that kind of thing, or rivals have become friends or something like that. So maybe your attempt to make the relations persistent is fighting against the tendency of the LLM to actually tell a story that where the relations change.
Yeah, I think that's partially true. Like our metric doesn't fully like reflect on how relationships change, but like in terms of our like generation method, like we try to include like different knowledge graph that emphasize on closer chapters and like emphasize the whole wider picture. I think that this does like steer the LLM in a way that sees the difference between like long-term relationships that are maybe outdated and the short like recent ones, I think. But like our metric that measures it probably missed that part. Yeah, I think you're probably right.
Okay. So let's thank our speaker. And the next speaker is Felipe, who's going to tell us about poetry.
So hello, everyone. I'm very happy to see the room like this because yesterday I thought there was only 3 people here after the wine. So I'm quite excited. So my name is Felipe Calegario. I'm a professor at the Centro de Informática, the Federal University of Pernambuco. This is the logo of my institution there. They want me to put this in all the presentations, so I had to put it. But I come from this city here. It's a little bit small there, but the city is Recife, and Recife is part of the state of Pernambuco and the region of northeast of Brazil. And in this region, we have this vibrant oral tradition that we call like the cantadores and the repentistas. Repent is when you improvise duel in a battle, and then we call this battle a peleja. If you speak a little bit of Spanish, pelea is like a battle, and peleja is our equivalent in Portuguese. So this called the repentistas. They use like a kind of guitar, a special guitar with a particular timbre, and they even say there is a river there in some of the region inside the northeast of Brazil, that this is the Pajeú River, and they say that whoever drinks from the Pajeú River learns how to rhyme. So this is poetic per se. And there are 3 pillars of a cantador: the rhyme, the meta, and the subject. They deal with this. And the rhyme and the meta, very, very strict. And this is the main challenge for them. So we want to build something that can help the repentistas to train in this tradition. And we just thought that we first needed a system that can scan a verse. And scan, I'm going to say what is a scansion. In Portuguese, the task of scanning a verse, it's kind of difficult because of the phonemes and the phonology of the Portuguese. And we want to change? I think it's. This work is part of a bigger project called the Pajeú Platform that we plan to offer rather rhyme lookups, visual prompts to inspire poems, thematic prompts for writing challenge. The fourth one is, I think, the most difficult one, is speech-to-speech duel with the cantador, and instant metric validation. We see this as a big platform, and this work here is just a small step towards this bigger platform. We had a previous work in 2025. It was the first Portuguese extension benchmark using LLMs. We created a data set of 14,000 verses from our IODOS, that's a rule-based platform. And we fine-tuned the GPT 3.5, and we obtained this syllable ratio of 88%. But was just one model, one family, one vendor. So we wanted to expand it. This number set the baseline, but we would like to expand this. So in the literature, we have this Portuguese gap. We have a rule base. We have a bunch of other systems that can scan verses in different languages. But in Portuguese, we have this rule base platform called IODOS. The LLM benchmark we presented last year to the first one. Some cross-lingual execution excludes Portuguese from the data set, and some computational creativity progress with Poetrime and all the surveys that was made by Google that's here. But the tools remain scarce. Even in the study, Google mentions that the tools are. And Portuguese is the 5th most spoken language. So something's happening there. We have to address that. But what is an extension? Here's a beautiful stanza by João Paraibano. It's a décima. I'm going to read 3 of the lines just for you to get the rhythm. Já não tenho meus dentes naturais, que mordi rapadura com biscoito. Cadê minha pressão 12/8, que no peito não tá batendo mais? Dou um passo para frente e 2 para trás, e assim mesmo com pouca habilidade, que as feridas deixadas pela idade não se curam com pano de compressa. Vi a vida passando tão depressa que nem lembro que tive mocidade. I got the goosebumps because of these two final lines. Is the mote. You have to close with the mote. The mote is given, and you have to think your improvisation, but you have to close with these 2 sentences. So you could get the rhythm. It's a little bit different from Portuguese from Portugal. I assume that, but you see that there is this kind of rhythm and talking. This is a décima. It means they have 10 verses. This is the vertical dimension, but in the horizontal dimension, we have also 10 poetic syllables. So we have a 10 by 10. So the poet has to match the stressed syllables because we have this strict place to keep the rhythm. And it's not just a question of creativity, it's a question of rigorous training to get this kind of improvisation. And here is the way we are coding in our task here. We have that Teus Formosos 15 anos, and then we have the separation in syllables and the stressing of the syllable. And for the last poetic syllable, we stop counting. This is the rule. I think in Portuguese or Portugal is the same, isn't it? Like in the last poetic syllable, we stop counting. It is the last. So we count, and this is the mark we established there. And it's important to say that the grammatical syllables do not match per se the grammatical poetic syllables, the poetic syllables. We have some phenomena that we called cinephala. It's a kind of metaplasm when we, we just fuse some of the because phonetically it's different. So let's jump to our study. First of all, the why. Mainly, we are expanding the possibilities because we want to find something that can be run open and local without depending on large language models from companies that can be prohibited from providing just by a presidential act, as you could saw in the last. And the task is extension in Portuguese. And here is a demonstration that I'm not going to do it because it's risky, never works. But I just made this. You could press the button there in the sun, and then you can speak, and then you will. And here is the way it's divide the syllables. And here's some comparisons between some models. I've just chose some of the random models there, but we have a bunch of models. And the data we got from that 14,000, we just got 500, just 500, mainly because of the price of the platform. So we just reduced the amount, and we have tested with 24 models, plus 24 models like a chat mode, like and 9 reasoning models in a pilot. We don't consider these to use the reasoning models for a broader study, because it was quite expensive the way we are doing in a more breadth first search. So here's some of the models. We have grouped in fine-tuned, proprietary, and PT, so Portuguese specialized, and open weights. All non-fine-tuned models use the best performing setting. There was a few short, and open weight. The open weight models we use via open router, and the rest via provider APIs. And here the reasoning models that we just test with 10 examples was just experimentation, just to see what happened. The metrics I'm going to pass it faster, then you can address you can see in the paper, but we have a bunch of them. The first paper just mentioned one that was syllable ratio. The other ones, we started to see that we could be more strict or stricter too. So the findings, fine-tuning still wins. We reevaluated the same model from the last year, and it is consistent with 88%. And so we reproduced the original 88.6 number. GPT 4.1 variants represent a genuine improvement, and the task saturates at mini tier. So when you go to nano, it collapses. So we maintain the mini tier. And this is we consider as a minimal capacity threshold. And the fine tuning, the red bar, you see, it wins, and it's a problem for us because this is dependent on the vendor, that is OpenAI. So our best result remains the same as using a vendor. We try to use all the models there, but you see that the proprietary models are the winners there. It's sad, but it's the reality. So we have to keep up with it. About our study in the pilot, we had 0 exact matches, but was not because, oh, the model is dumb or something like this. It's because of the bureaucratic way of how reasoning models work. We just applied the same platform that just had a restriction in number of tokens. And then they just spend a lot of tokens thinking without giving us the result. So it wasn't a fair comparison, but we did some of this just to, it was output truncation, empty or lick the output, or non-standard notation. So the problem was not that we just stopped doing the pilot because we need to go further. And the finding, the third finding is that Portuguese specialization does not transfer to phonology. This is it's much more clear now that this is a problem of phonetics. So we're starting to do some embeddings in phonetics to see if they improve, if this is easier to do in the phonetic sense. Yeah, let's jump to and accuracy has a price. As soon as you get from this side of the graph, the cost per verse increase. So we are in a dilemma here. How can we do it in a more affordable way? and without depending on a vendor. And we bought this sovereignty. The best model from US and China, as we all know that they are competing that. Open weight is dramatically cheaper, but doesn't give us the result we want for the Pageo platform. There is a promising future with the token-free character level models, but we are still studying it. I think I've just finished. We'll have some limitation, but you can see it on the paper. And muito obrigado. Here's the code. You can do it. Thank you very much.
Can see you later on.
I can speak aloud. I have voice to do it. Online people. Okay. Thank you for your presentation. I think it was really interesting and engaging to me. I have two questions. The first one is, just by being curious, have you tried like small models, these tiny large language models, like those like less than 1 billion parameters, just for curiosity?
We have this in the pipeline, but we just tested from 7 beyond. But locally, we tried just as out of experimentation, and the results were not so good. They started just breaking the pattern, breaking the standard we established, and it's difficult to get some results when you don't have the standard.
Yeah, I guess so. Tokenization in those models is problematic.
You see that the token does not match the syllable sometimes, and here's another level. It's a phonetic thing that goes beyond the token.
Yeah, it makes sense. The second question is related to the first one. Do you imagine these kind of systems running in real time?
That's the main goal.
Battle. Okay.
That's the main goal.
Okay.
It's challenging. You should see some videos in Portuguese. They are fast, man. Like they are doing like they were born to do that, you know. And the system to get track of that, if you see the demo that I made here, was take 10 seconds just to transcribe, 5 seconds just to send to the model, and then receive this scan. We have to deal with that.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
It's difficult.
Thank you so much for your presentation. When you are breaking the words into syllables, I noticed that some syllables are sometimes grouped together and other ones are not.
Yeah.
So can you explain a little bit about this?
Yes, we call this phenomenon the metaplasm. Is when you phonetically in Portuguese, you speak Portuguese?
Yes.
Yes. So phonetically, when you have a vowel, when the word ends in a vowel and it starts in a vowel, the other word starts in a vowel, naturally we just put them together. So in literature studies, they call it metaplasm. This is a cinephala I just presented. There is a bunch of other phonetic phenomena that interferes in this way of separating syllables, in poetic syllables. That's important. There is a hard distinction between grammatically called syllables and the poetic. The poetic is more phonetically.
Yeah, I noticed that in the poem that you showed, because I was trying to count the syllables and that was not matching.
Yeah, and also there is this example that is, I don't know if I have it here, but teus formosos 15 anos. If you pick up the 15, the tonic is 15. But when you try to extract it in a poetic form, 15 anos, it's stronger. So they get this syllable and then it goes like that, you know?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So thanks for the talk and the interesting insight on this kind of poetry, which I'm not familiar with. So I kind of hate to be that guy, but I really don't understand. I get why you would want to use a LLM for the other cool things you want to do in your system, but I don't get why you would use an LLM to just do an analysis of this way. Wouldn't you just go for a more classical route that would solve your cost problem and possibly also your time problem?
Yeah, we use IODOS. That is a platform based on, it's a rule-based platform. But the limitation there is that you have to know which kind of stanza you analyze. So you have to define before. We wanted to do in a more like open sense that we just send to a system that will get in the context, and we just analyzing the possibilities. Andre Valença, that's the student that I'm advising. He thought that, well, in a more specific way, without defining the rule before the model starts, could be a good start using this fine-tuned model. But IODOS already solves the problem if you want to do some static things, you know? If you're going to analyze a corpus of text and this kind of thing, you can use the platform there. But for real time, we think the challenge could be like improved in that direction. Just get in the context, you know?
I see. Thank you.
Cool.
Great. Cool. A lot of things. Like we're also working with poetry, so I will reach out in the coffee break, I guess, to ask more things. But I would like to say, like, agree with the previous note that we have good experience with LLMs with semantic things, so meaning-based things, but very bad experience when it's like formal, structural, phonetic even. So there we have better experience with either really doing something rule-based or doing some other training our own machine learning systems on some pre-annotated data.
Like
so
specific architecture, like for that.
yeah. So, or even something simple, statistical maybe, but yeah, so I agree that I don't think that LLMs for this specific task are the best way.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you so much for this wonderful talk. I very liked this platform. My question is it a platform more for generating poetry by itself or for the co-creation with the people? If it's for the co-creation, then it changes a lot the process of the creating the poetry, right?
This is just a small part of the platform that is analysis. Is the initial part of the analysis, but the idea is to have this speech-to-speech real-time generation. It's kind of a co-create. It's more like a cycles of improvisation. You state your stanza, and the system would process it, and then you return in voice, like in a voice mode, to you. It's a bunch of different challenges, and the student is exploring a lot of different fronts. And this is just one small part of the platform. This is the initial part of the analysis.
I Philippe, thank you. It's good that someone is working on this kind of things. I'm also unsure whether using the LLM is the best approach, but well, someone has to try it, and that's what you just did, and have a benchmark that we can test for other things. But I at least. Why did you fine-tune GPT and you did not fine-tune smaller models? Because that could solve some of the issues.
Yeah, just out of the easy way of doing it in the platform of the OpenAI. It was just like placing that. It was the first cycle of the student André Mendonça. He experimented with the tool that was more like it was easier to do with them.
because it was already set. You just have to place a JSON-L file, and then we have already the data set, and then we just place that. But we could go like in other platforms such as Google Colab and this kind of thing, but it was just out of easiness.
Because it would be interesting to try some smaller models, and they would be faster, and possibly also models based on characters and not on longer tokens. It could probably work not better or more or less the same. And in the end, isn't this ultimately an impossible task to achieve 100% accuracy? Because you were talking about that, how you read, for instance, 15 anos. I think it will depend on who's reading it, or in the metrics that you want to say it in.
Yeah, the thing we with these experiments, we are reaching a point that if you do not go to phonology, those phonetic embeddings, we just wouldn't pass this threshold of 95%, 96%.
Okay.
So
yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's thank the speaker. And the next speaker is our proud winner of our Best Paper Award.
Hello, everyone. My name is Berke. I'm a first-year PhD student in Utrecht University, and I currently work on explainability and justifiability. But today, I'm going to present the work I did for my master's thesis. So we wanted to ask the question, what makes literary quotes stand out? Because in my private life, in my real life, outside academia, I guess that's one way to say it, I also write short stories. And what fascinates me is when the sentences get shorter and shorter, because in ICCC, there's a lot of research on longer stories, maybe novellas, maybe publicly available works from, for instance, Shakespeare and stuff. But I was also interested in what interesting questions we can ask and what interesting answers we can get as we go shorter and shorter in literary loaded text. So this is my first academic conference, so thanks for having me here. And it's also very good to be around people that all work on their passions and occasionally disagree in the most productive way. I want to continue from the computational creativity tradition. And at the end of this talk, I will reach the 3 messages. So the first message I want to give you is, I'm not sure. But the second message is I have some idea, but maybe more importantly, let's think about it together with a new data set and with a new pipeline to build and extend this data set. So I want to spend a bit of time looking at some quotes, because not everyone has the same mental image of what a literary quote is, and they can come in many different shapes and sizes. So if we start from the first one from Oscar Wilde, it reads, the very essence of romance is uncertainty. So in this case, for me, if I would interpret this, I would say the quote is not very special until it reaches the last word. So for instance, if this quote were to be, the very essence of romance is being romantic, good communication, it wouldn't be that interesting. And in this case, it's more a subvertation of expectation, or subverting the expectations. But if we look at a different quote from Maya Angelou, and it reads, "There is no greater agony than bearing an untold story inside you." So this is less of a surprising thing, but more of a thing that is loaded with emotion. So it has more sentimental value. If we continue with Voltaire, so he says, common sense is not so common. So this is, in a way, if you look at this in an abstract way, if you wanted to understand the geometry of this, is that it established a concept of common sense, and immediately after, it just attacks the premise of the defined concepts. And similarly, in a very also concrete, but also a very short-loaded fashion, Descartes also says, "I think, therefore I am." So it's maybe a bit harder to quantify this, but then it's still there's a bit of circularity, as in, okay, so I think, therefore I am, therefore I think, therefore I am, and this is such a loaded maybe journey that 500 pages of a novel might not have reached, and it's only 5 words. Is it 5 words? It is 5 words. And if you continue from George Orwell, he says all animals are equal, but some animals are more equal than others. I would see this as more of a transformational creativity type of thing, as in because equality is a well-defined concept, but how can something be more equal than another? Similarly, Carl Sagan also says, we are a way for the cosmos to know itself. This is also a very different approach than how we observe or how we attribute the source of who observes what. Because, I mean, I think the intuitive approach would be that the agents, the humans, all of the animals observe the universe itself, but then it just transforms this definition, the transform this communication the other way, and then the cosmos itself becomes an observer. One other interesting aspect of literary quotes is that sometimes they are very contextually dependent. So Winter is Coming is from the series of books called The Song of Ice and Fire, also the TV series Game of Thrones. And if you've read the books or seen the TV show, it might make more sense to you that why this quote is important. But out of context, it might make not that much sense, which is one of the limitations of these quotes, because as the content gets reduced into a couple of words, maybe a couple of sentences, the value aspect or the context gets a bit fuzzier. So in a longer story, there are multiple characters, there are different narrative arcs, as we also seen today. So in a longer story, it's maybe a bit easier or maybe more intuitive to draw the narrative journey, the narrative arc. But how can you draw a journey of a narrative arc in a smaller sentence? So these are big questions, and I haven't answered most of those. But it will be a good start to asking these questions in a more formal fashion. So why are they interesting? To summarize, so they are a very compact journey of concepts, information, and in a more abstract way, a geometry. And every quote has a different setup, and not every quote has an intention to do something. Because, for instance, we talked about stand-up jokes, and most of the time they are there to make you think or make you laugh. Or in a information educational content, they are there to make you educated, ideally. And quotes come in very different shapes and forms and intentions also. So the way it's built and the way it's intended are so different. So it's also a very challenging type of artifact that I wanted to kind of convince you to take a look more of. Take a look at more. Again, so they are culturally, contextually, and cognitively loaded. They are a bit hard to define, which I would say is a common thing for ICCC artifacts or ICCC research objects. And from a technical point of view, NLP metrics have a harder time with short text. So speaking of different NLP metrics, so we wanted to approach this from different aspects. So the first one is, of course, novelty. So we wanted to see we wanted to look at the metrics from surprisal, lexical diversity, entropy from the information theory perspective. We wanted to see it from the accessibility side of things, because it's also very relevant to the cognitive aspect. So quotes are usually memorable, and there's a lot of research on text. As text gets less accessible, more complicated, the memory retention also increases. This is also done in educational research. So if you have a slide have an uglier font, make it a bit complicated or something. And we wanted to see it from this point of view as well, because one of the aspects of quotes are they are very memorable if they're popular. We wanted to also look at the semantic representations of this. Forward flow and the stepwise distance are actually great metrics from the past literature. I will not go into detail of any of these, but in the paper we explain it. So if you're interested, please look at them. And we wanted to also see how both word-based embedding models, namely GLOW, and sentence-based embedding models, namely SBERT, would perform. And we finally wanted to take a look at the effective tone. I will give you 30 seconds if you were too kind to read both of these snippets. And one is a quote that is very popular, and one is a random snippet from the same book. And I want to see if you can intuitively understand what is the quote and what is just a random sentence. I guess from the human perspective, it's maybe not that hard, because we are able to easily understand meaning, context, novelty, humor at the same time. And yeah, the left one was the quote. And we can understand the political implications, the creative implications, the humorous implications. But from the metrics we've discussed, if you look at a list of them, it is actually a bit hard to separate the snippet on the left from the snippet on the right. So entropy cannot meaningfully separate them. Delta PMI also cannot separate them. Surprise and lexical diversity, which are established novelty metrics, they separate them, but in the wrong way. But this is also kind of expected because so the snippet on the right diverges a bit more. It's not very coherent. It gives you more information, but also the value aspect is a bit lost in this process. And in this case, what separates this code is the sentimental value, or the value of the sentiment, how loaded the emotional content is, and which is, in this case with the code, is extremely negative. I guess the two negative ones are the criminal and maybe more the government. Or maybe the water, I don't know. And we observe this trend, and so this is the top 100 quotes from Goodreads, and we observe this trend in the top quotes as well. So if you see a green, then it means that it is higher than the average sentence in our dataset, which I will go in a bit. But you can see there's no consistent pattern that we can observe in even the most popular quotes. So more formally, we wanted to ask which metrics or their interactions can help us differentiate quotes from non-quotes. As we saw individually, not all the features can explain all of the separations. So we wanted to just get a bunch of them and train a very simple XGBoost model and combine that with SHAP, which is a very explainable method to understand feature interactions and how much each of the features contribute to a text being classified as a code or a non-code. And we wanted to create a data set that can work in favor of in these contrastive analysis. So we talked about we will talk more about the contrastive part yet in a bit, but the contemporary part is actually one of the bigger limitations of literary computational sciences. So I don't like Shakespeare, but not in a way that his writings are bad or his works are bad, or if he's a bad person. I guess he's a good person, but in a way that I was a bit academically sick of reading Shakespeare in a lot of literary computational studies work, because they have a very interesting research question, they have a very interesting methodology, but they need to opt in for publicly available public domain codes, which I think the main implication is that we are using data sets that doesn't represent the current way of how we communicate, how we convey ideas, how our current state of the art or state of the art creativity lies in. So we wanted to do our contrastive analysis on contemporary quotes that are under copyright, but they are extractable under fair use. So I will not go into detail of the pipeline. It's also in the paper. So the important thing is that the final data set has nearly 5,000 rows of 5,000 different pairs of quotes and non-quotes. And to reach there, we enriched the metadata. We sampled some of the quotes, but also sampled the most popular quotes to compare them between each other. And the part that took the most amount of work was, so Google Books, I don't know if you're aware, has a free preview of nearly all of the books that's publicly available. So if you want to read Harry Potter, you can go there and read Harry Potter for like 10 pages. So get faster, okay. Yeah, so and we created custom UIs, we created a pipeline that so we needed to manually extract it from Google Books because it doesn't allow for automatic extraction. And we manually, so someone needed to extract 7,000 quotes from 7,000 books. And I was a master's student, so that was the perfect job for a master's student. And in the end, after the cleaning, after removing the unfit ones, we were left with nearly 5,000 rows. And this is the resulting data set. Also, there's a lot of what you see here is there's also some of them are length match, as in, so if you pair a quote from a random snippet from the same book, we wanted to make sure that they are in a similar length so that the NLP metrics wouldn't get confused because they are very length sensitive as well. And in the end, in the paper, we wanted to explore 4 different comparisons, but we've talked about one here. So what's the different patterns in popular versus sampled quotes? What are the temporal aspects and stuff? I will go a bit faster. So what we found out from our initial results was that quotes had higher sentiment presence. So that was one of the most common things that were there. They had lower forward flow. Forward flow is maybe in a sentence, it's the accumulation of how the semantic gravity changes, as in how the next word added to the sentence changes or just pulls away the semantic embeddings of the other words. So it's a bit counterintuitive that they have a lowered forward flow because if from the journey analogy and from the previous work on literary studies, we see that stories that are more creative has higher forward flow, as in it explores more concepts and it diverges a bit more. But for quotes, we see a pattern of more convergence, more coherence, and more sustained meaning. What we also seen was a pattern of lower surprisal and complexity. So complexity as in easy to read, which was also higher for popular quotes. So if people can consume it easier, it may be, in this case, easier to remember. And more results are also in the paper. So we have a very bad classifier, which is also a good sign. So for this separation, we wanted to, okay. Okay, here's a cool separation that's also in the paper. And we wanted to see if word-based and sentence-based embeddings can separate quotes from non-quotes, which is, yeah, if you're interested. It's not 3D on the paper, but it's here. Yeah, in the end, so I'm not sure, are quotes creative, memorable, literary? Can they exist without context? I think these are very open problems. But I have some ideas as well that we discuss in the paper. So more promising, more methods that are oriented to more shorter types of artifacts. And the code and the data are published so that we can think about it together. All right, thank you.
Hi, thanks for your talk. Just a couple of things. I wondered if you compared your approach to work on the memorability of movie quotes, which is, I guess, very related. But part of what makes a movie quote memorable is that people remember the movie, of course, and they remember the sentiment at the time the quote was stated, as opposed to the sentiment of the text of the quote itself. So you're going to need a bigger boat. Doesn't have much sentiment, but it arrives at a time where you've just seen a shark almost swallow the boat whole, or these are not the droids you're looking for. Doesn't have a lot of sentiment in it, but it arrives at a time of high tension in the movie. So when you measure sentiment as a local phenomenon, shouldn't you really be measuring it as a global phenomenon in the text, and then seeing where the quote lies on this trajectory of sentiment?
I think that's a very nice question. There's a previous research on IMDb quotes that does like a sentiment analysis and a complexity analysis in general in 2012. And the question they ask is also something very similar because they also describe the challenge as the main challenge as the context and how people remember it based on the movie or based on their lives. Because once you have a sentence that's stuck with you, it can be because that makes you a part of a community. For instance, if you just use Star Wars references, that makes you belong to a community. That's also very something social, right? And the quotes of movies are I think a bit different than quotes in books, because as you said, the movie quotes are more iconic in a way that you remember it with the face of the person that's saying it in a scene that's being said, and I found book quotes to be more context free, or can be freed from context easier. But for the sentiment, I think it's an interesting question that we need to explore. Because then, is it about the sentence as you're reading as you are reading the quote, or is it about the sentiment that you can tie it back to a memory, or does it come again in some another form? For instance, what we talked about this week with some people is that they tend to remember book quotes or just any popular quotes when something bad happens in their life. For instance, maybe there's a very emotionally loaded quote that they wouldn't remember, but then it hits harder when you lose someone, or you break up, or I don't know.
Thanks.
Thank you. So let's thank our speaker and move on to our last talk. Which is going to be Sean. And it's intended as a provocation, I'm told.
HDMI.
I'm going to be using Keynote. So the question is, how do I do it? Or you want me to? You don't have. BA29B. Oh, you want this on Zoom? Okay.
Yeah, so
Right.
I can close the mic and the camera.
The remaining things I have to time myself anyway. What are we gonna do?
You can close the mic and the camera.
How, where?
Go ahead.
Oh, I see, you just turn them off.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, sure. Okay, you wanna share?
Yes.
Gonna be sharing. But actually just gonna run here before we do that, right?
Stop
share.
Run the presentation.
It's not gonna work. Okay. All right, good.
Hi, my name is Sean Luke. I'm from George Mason University in Washington, D.C. And this paper is joint with Matthew Cronin, who is a psychology professor in the same university. By the way, this is his book, which you can get on Amazon if you want. I am not a psychology professor or cognitive scientist. I am a artificial intelligence researcher. And we all have different perspectives by which we come to this kind of to the notion of computational creativity. I also come to this conference. My particular perspective is as an artificial intelligence researcher. And as an AI person coming here kind of sort of a little bit from the outside, I've been here once before, I have some issues with how computational creativity is approached from an artificial intelligence perspective. It has obviously been it's an artificially intelligent adjacent topic for quite some time. So let me ask you the following question. So how does computational creativity fit within the AI umbrella if we're looking at it from an AI perspective? Obviously, I think it is not a field, at least not at this point, realistically, with quantifiable, measurable problems. And I know that that may annoy some people, but if you compare it to any of these other fields and the major fields of computer science in artificial intelligence, these are fields with very strongly measurable and quantifiable problems, for which it's just not the case for this field. So if you don't view it that way, and an alternative approach, which probably the primary alternative approach you'd be able to do, would be to view it as essentially a soft computing field. That is, it is a field, which, in my definition, that is, it's a field where what we're trying to do is liberally steal from some other area in order to inspire algorithms for whatever purpose. There are lots of famous examples of that, everything from neural networks to genetic algorithms and stochastic optimization, swarm robotics. I don't need to tell these things to you. And I think as an AI researcher, this is how I would view, and I think it's probably how the majority of AI researchers would view computational creativity as a field right as it exists right now. The problem with this is it brings up a very uncomfortable question. So, and that uncomfortable question is, has computational creativity inspired very many, or I might even say any, algorithms or methodologies which have had a significant impact on artificial intelligence over the last, say, 25, 30 years? And I think the answer is no. Before you get your pitchforks out, we might ask the question, why not? And there are lots of interesting possible answers to that. The one that we want to bring up today is that we think we're looking at the wrong kind of creativity. So what really is creativity? I think it's almost certainly the dominant form of computational creativity, at least with regard to the computational creativity community, historically has been exploratory creativity. And this has two major problems. The first problem is computational. From my perspective as an artificial intelligence researcher, the big problem, and my specialty is in stochastic optimization and search methods and things like this, is from my perspective is that exploratory creativity maps, unfortunately, very straightforwardly to well understood concepts in optimization and search. And the reason why that's a problem is because these techniques and these kinds of problems that it maps to have been studied for 100 years now. They predate computer science and artificial intelligence by quite a long time. There is almost nothing left that computational creativity, in my opinion, at least the last 25 years, has been able to contribute to these fields that we can grab ideas from and be inspired by. My colleague has a different view. His view is that exploratory creativity is cognitively suspect, by which he'd be a little bit stronger than that. His view, and I think it's the view of a number of his colleagues in the field, although I don't want to speak for him, is that exploratory creativity is not creativity at all. It's just exploration. And from their perspective, from his perspective, creativity, if you're talking about creativity, creativity is one thing that maps to one thing that we do here, and that is transformational creativity. That's a good thing for me because transformational creativity is quite different from exploratory creativity from a computer science perspective. It has all sorts of nutty, crunchy things that we can steal still at this point because it is a meta-level search. And meta-level search has not been done very much in computer science, or at least not nearly to the degree of kind of a lower-level search methods. So meta-level search and optimization, ML, has all sorts of opportunities. And also, it dovetails nicely with very unusual things and approaches in multi-agent systems. To left? To go? Oh, man, we're back to do, okay. So I'm not going to go into the details of transformational creativity. We all understand these things. But the big item I want to point out is that transformational creativity historically, transformational creativity that is largely viewed by psychologists as a crutch. We as humans have limited, we have biases, and cognitive biases, and we have limited working memory. And as a result, we get stuck on problems because things we don't see, obvious things that we can't see out very far. And transformational creativity is essentially a workaround for us to be able to come by jumbling things up, to come up with new approaches and rearranging the topology of the space. And importantly, it is not just the activity of a super genius. That's a real problem because that's largely how it's viewed. It is not at all. We all do transformational creativity all the time. Here's some token pictures of my model. We have obviously going to have a model in the paper. I'm not even going to discuss it. So if transformational creativity maps to unexplored and possibly fruitful areas in artificial intelligence, and if it has strong footing in the psychology literature, we must ask ourselves the following question. Why is it that it has been discussed, as far as we can tell, in only 4.9% of the entire literature at ICCC, at ICCC? And furthermore, that this rate has dropped by half in the last 10 years. I don't think that's a good thing. Given that we think that transformational creativity should be number one, it should be the primary topic of the conference. And yet it basically is not. I'll skip the top question, which is a very uncomfortable question, but it's a fun one, but I'll skip it immediately. Just go to say that there are all sorts of interesting crunchy areas where from an artificial intelligence researcher, we could see where transformational creativity might be able to contribute. Buchanan had a whole bunch of stuff in his famous address in 2001 regarding symbolic AI. For me personally, evolutionary computation, which is kind of my area, but I'm most familiar with, but it is rife with opportunities for transformational creativity, probably more so than almost any other field in all of artificial intelligence, because it has so much to do with meta-level search methods and with multi-agent search methods and also things like that. Multi-agent systems, obviously, even even higher level, doing search in the level of LLM architectures. Anytime you're dealing with meta-level things, transformational creativity might have interesting perspectives. And of course, humans in the loop with co-creativity is a strong interest to me. Thank you very much. Now everybody gets to now you get to get the pitchforks out.
My question.
They can hear you.
Yeah. So you cited a statistic that 4.9% of papers at ICCC reference transformational creativity. I'm just curious about more details. Like, is that of like 4.9 of all mentions of creativity, or what were the other 90% of papers mentioning?
Very good question. So the answer is, out of 755 papers at the ICCC conferences up through 2025, I believe 79 of them use the word transformational somehow. Mostly, though, they were in things like, there are 3 kinds of creativity, blah, blah, blah. Now let's go on. Okay. There were exactly 37 papers which even discussed transformational creativity with even more than one sentence. Okay. And as you might guess, the number of papers actually dealt with transformational creativity were much lower than that. So my category, the number figure I gave here was the 37.
Sorry. Do you think there's a chance people are discussing what you want them to be discussing, just not under that name?
Oh, no. We were very conservative in our measure. Yeah, we had to, This is step one is make sure we don't have our own personal biases in when we do the statistical culling. We get my distance lenses. There we go.
Is this working? Yeah. Thanks for an interesting talk, and you might not be surprised to hear I completely agree with you. I think there's a couple of things that are quite important to say. First of all, the point you made about exploratory creativity. I think this is actually about the definition of the word creativity. It's not about the nature of the thing. So there are plenty of psychologists who agree that there is such a thing as exploratory creativity and so on. So that's just a matter of the definition of the C word, which is always a problem. We spent, what, 5 years talking about it at the beginning of all of this. So I think much more importantly, what we lack in this field is theoretical frameworks, or rather we lack people using theoretical frameworks. Yeah, these theoretical frameworks already exist. At the risk of sounding pretentious, 2001 was when my framework was originally produced, and it is precisely for the purpose that you are asking us to follow through with. That's what it's meant for, but it doesn't get used.
Yep.
Nothing I can do about that.
Well, I wouldn't say that CSF is not used. I mean,
much.
But by the way, can I respond real quick? But I want to make it clear that I'm not the one who's saying exploratory creativity is not creativity. This is me. This is my colleague and his colleagues who that whole coterie is like, you know, are getting increasingly irritated at the use of exploratory creativity as the primary creativity mechanism for them. So I'm just passing it along.
Hi. Yeah. So in 30 years of discussions about transformational creativity, I've always been disappointed that I've never understood it enough to be able to operationalize it in code, including conversations with people like Geraint and Maggie Bowden many times. And so this is my chance. Can you give me a kind of minimal example of a creative act or something where we got close in computational creativity, or something on the broader field of AI, or something from broader culture? Give me something to hold on to. Because when I've looked at it in the past, sorry to go on, it's always just boils down to exploration at a meta level.
You're looking for you're looking for an application domain or an algorithmic example?
An act of creativity, which isn't the ones
you mean
that
you mean a human act of creativity,
which isn't one which took hundreds of people hundreds of years, and we all pretend is actually some kind of overnight transformation, which it never is. Something operational that I can turn into a bit of code or a program for something that. This is my one chance, I think.
I'm not sure I'm going to be able to give that to you, but I can give you an example. But I can give you an example of evolutionary computation where it fits really nicely that might be of interest to you. There is an algorithm, a major algorithm in evolutionary computation called grammatical evolution. I can't talk today. And grammatical evolution, what you do is you have this grammar, and then you have individuals, you know, in the population are strings, which are numbers, which are formed decision points in that grammar. And so what you do is you take the string, you apply the grammar to those decision points, and it creates a thing. And then you test the thing. And then, of course, you're evolving new decision points. And what happens is when you run out of things, one interesting that you can do is change the grammar. And so essentially by changing the grammar,
alternative grammar,
the entire topology, the entire search space.
You're suggesting exploring alternative grammars. Exploration.
What you're doing is you're exploring the way that you explore the space.
So let me give you another example. You're suggesting exploring a space of grammars. So what I did in my early career was I did generative maths, searching through spaces of concepts, theorems, and proof. And then I wanted to go to the meta level, to inspired by Maggie's discussions on transformation. I thought I will look at axiom sets. So go from group theory, ring theory, well-known areas of maths, to more exotic ones by inventing sets of axioms, and then seeing what concepts and theorems and proofs flow from that. And that felt like I had transformed, a bit like the grammar example, from one set of axioms to another. And we found sets of axioms which were very rich. and other sets of axioms which were collapsed into nothingness. And that felt like transformational creativity to me, and I might have called it that, but it was just exploration at the meta level. It's exploration of an axiom set. Always seems to boil down to, okay, yeah, like we're going to call it transformational because that sounds cool, but it's just exploration at a different level or from a different angle.
For me, the interesting item is when you add when you combine it with multi-agent systems. So if you have a bunch of agents that are computationally creative, or essentially search systems or optimization systems that are out there. And for me, the really interesting one is where they're using completely different representations. You may have a neural network system, or you have a genetic programming system. And they and so when someone they may discover products and they trade products with each other to go, oh, look, there's a new thing this guy made, and that might seed me to go somewhere else in the space. A little bit more interesting would be when these guys start coming up with they say, you know what, I've come up with a different rearrangement of the space and the transformation space. And then they start seeding other people and saying, you know, look, try looking at it this way and completely, you know, in a completely different, if you're now stuck in local opta that you can't go anywhere, try completely arranging the space in the following way, which has been fruitful to me.
Okay,
and those, so anyway, the point is, I'm coming here fairly new to this, but the front, so I can see, I can imagine all sorts of interesting and crunchy things that could be applied. But the problem is that we've been pretty frustrated with exploratory creativity because we can't find anything that it maps to realistically that isn't very well trodden in my area that Gecko wouldn't just view as fairly straightforward.
Okay.
Yeah, wait, here, there's a...
Just to provoke back then, as this is a provocation, I'd love you to give me an example of what you would call transformational creativity, which isn't or hasn't been achieved through exploration.
Well, in fact, the
not now.
that I
No,
just
as a
told you, I don't
provocation
think
back.
has ever been published.
Then can we not just call it exploration at meta level or exploration at something else and collapse it all down?
Space as opposed to exploring space.
And okay. I just think the word transformational computational creativity has led us down, you know, very depressing paths over the last.
So the point of my 2006 paper is that it says that these two things are mechanistically the same, but they are not the same because you're talking in one sense of exploring the affordances of representation, and in the other sense, you're talking about exploring the possible representations, which is a completely different thing.
Okay, just really quickly. I think the thing that gets us hung up on transformation is that we're thinking too much about Maggie Bowden's H transformativity. I think the P, Sean and I were talking about this the other day, the PH thing is too big of a gap. We should be talking about something that happens cognitively within an individual, within a system, within an agent. And then there's any number of scales of groups and communities that can interact and overlap in any kind of way. And obviously for modeling purposes, we have to pick something. But the problem is that when we hear transformativity, since Bowden put it at the top of that triangle, she was talking about paradigm shift stuff. And that is a bridge too far to start with. So we need to talk about individual transformativity. I wrote a paper about this like in 2012 or something along those lines. These papers are dense and hard to get into. And sometimes you just want to make weird, cool shit and not read formalism. And that's okay. But I think it's a good thing that we're talking about these ideas again. There were no questions in there. I apologize.
That's okay. Provocation.
As long as the pitchforks are aimed at each other, I'm totally cool.
Say that.
Yeah, so one of the things I was looking forward in this paper. So first of all, thank you for doing this because I think this is a great kind of advertising for my PhD thesis. So thank you so much. I'm actually trying to approach these kind of questions using formal methodologies. So one of the papers I just have a preprint at this point. I'm trying to formalize the idea of transformativity, transformativeness, different properties in this area. So I was looking forward for this paper a lot, and I was trying to get something out of it. And for me, I didn't get it. So that's my bad. So I understand that it's important to say that transformational creativity is important, but basically what I see is that you're repeating the idea that it is exploration in the meta level. Do you have any other, I see that you had two things in your paper that when compared to previous proposals of this, but I want to know if you actually have more to add to this view of transformational creativity.
Are you asking, what are you asking for in specific? But by the way, this paper, it wouldn't surprise you, like all papers do, out of a deceased grant proposal. Which we're going to be reintroducing it. So we have, so in other words, which is much bigger.
Yeah, okay.
What are you looking for specifically?
I want to know if you have actually a proposition on a different view of transformational creativity, or you're just saying, remember that thing that we've been talking for a long time, we need to talk about it again. I just trying to understand the whole point of the paper.
Well, in this presentation, I'm mostly doing as much provocation as possible. You know, I eliminated my model because I had 7 minutes, or apparently 2. But yeah, no, when we get for me, my particular interests are in multi-agent systems. And for us, the transformation, what really particularly, the really interesting item of transformational creativity in combination with multi-agent systems, which to the best of my knowledge has not been very much studied here, and whatever reason, there's plenty of stuff that's been studying multi-agent creativity. Well, not plenty, a little bit. And there's a little bit of study transformational, but never in that combination. Why that's interesting to me is because from a distributed systems or multi-agent system standpoint, it's much more interesting. It's one thing to distribute results to other optimization systems. We have a system, we have a mechanism that's called an island model. It's a classic model in evolutionary computation that does this. It's another thing and the purpose of which is to distribute seeds to be able to get other people starting working in those areas. But then they still get stuck in those local optimizations. It's a much more interesting thing to have if everybody has meta level, tweaks and how they're going up with the topology, is to start sending new approaches to looking at the problem to each other. Which causes the topology to change. For me, the really interesting situation is where you have situations where, for example, let's say you have a neural network and a genetic algorithm, they're training things. And the genetic algorithm has come up with this really cool car. Okay, they're looking for cars. And they have different representations of how to do cars. And the genetic algorithm comes up with a new car, and he hands it off to the neural network. And the neural network is just amazed by this. How do I do this kind of car? The neural network is not even capable of conceptualizing this particular car because his representation is different. But he's still looking now to be inspired to be moving towards things like this because somebody else with a completely different approach to the space has come up with it. Those kinds of things are interesting approaches for me for doing distributed optimization, and which is my field. So I'm giving you just optimization examples. And to my knowledge, have essentially never been done before. But of course, I'm coming here with a 4-page short paper, so I can't really discuss those things in detail.
So I think, sorry. Okay, we can take this offline.
Hi,
it's a provocative paper. I have a question. I looked at your paper and you used terminology like optimization and objective function. Aren't these antithetical to the whole concept of creativity, especially if we talk about artistic creativity? What is the objective function there?
Okay, so one of the issues here is I have a previous paper at Waterloo where I was basically attacking the creativity search group for largely, and this is completely unfair to Garrett, because in his original paper he acknowledged that this is probably not search, but everybody else then called it search, or did search, state-based search stuff, that the community kind of devolved into state-based search. And I'm an optimization person. It was very clear that if we were to model, the closest thing that we could model computational creativity would be multi-objective optimization. It's much closer than state-based searches, because in search you have to have something that you're searching for, and if you've not found it, you have failed. In optimization, that is not the case. So the reason I mentioned, so that's where this terminology keeps on coming up. But for me, in optimizations, you're trying to come up with better and better, cooler things. And so you come up with a thing, you say, oh, what is this next thing? And so how do you, when you decide to come up, let's say your objective is to come up with let's say you've been charged by Ferrari to come up with some cool car that's very pretty and also very fast. How do you make those decisions and then you come up with some cool thing? How do you make decisions about where you're going to look for things for this?
But in artistic creativity, the best things come when you don't try.
You don't think that artistic creativity doesn't have, for example, doesn't have aesthetics?
But
both personal and aesthetic is nothing more from computer science perspective than an objective function.
Artists create something without trying. That's the thing. The best things come without trying. They
do you really think that you come up things randomly? That's called
randomly. But
that's called a random number generator.
That's the thing. Without trying, without really pushing hard to achieve something.
But you are still developing things that are the things you go, oh, I like making this thing. This is the cool thing. This is what I do as an artist. But I hear so many artists who say, this is my area. This is my style. This is my approach. Yeah. These are aesthetic functions, and they are all objective functions.
Mm.
Like an objective static function.
Graham Wallis in 1924 presented a theory which exactly addresses the point you're making. So it is ideas which are pretty much accepted in psychology now. There are two parts of creativity, in human creativity, one of which is non-conscious and one of which is conscious. And the non-conscious part can indeed be working in this way without any knowledge of it at all. And to us, it feels like a mystical thing, which is why you have the idea of the muses or divine inspiration or whatever. So that is, people think, going on a sort of a statistical, quasi-statistical level, and it is directed, but we're just not aware of it.
I'll pass on to Joel for this announcement, and then we can all go to coffee. And of course, you're very welcome to carry on discussing all these things, or even start researching on transformational creativity.
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to say that today the lunch will be a bit different. We ordered lunch boxes, okay, because we know that some people will leave earlier, and so we wanted everyone to have some food on their way. The lunch boxes should already be at the coffee break now, so make sure to get your own. The second announcement I wanted to make is that in the afternoon we'll have the Biennale visit, okay? And because we heard you and we heard your concerns of sunstrokes and all that, we have a bus that will be leaving from 2:30 from in front of the mathematics department, okay? And then it's scheduled to return at 4. Okay, so be sure to grab your lunchbox and be there at 2:30 right in front of the department, okay? Yes? It's yes. So the bus will take you to the Biennale, which is in the monastery, the other side of the river. Okay, you're free to stay there if you want. Okay, you do not have to return with the bus, but just to let you know that the plan is at 4 it will return. Okay, if you have any more questions, just come to me. I'll try to figure it out with you. Enjoy your coffee break.
Era mais fácil posicionar a aplicação do slide.
Ah, que causa a imagem no slide? Sim, para ficar na sequência dos slides. Né?
Onde é que está a sequência de slides?
Eu partilhei contigo
Yes.
com esse rebelo. How do I say your name? Mintia. 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 Mãe. No. Maintia and Piera. Okay. Could be a nice duo for a pop duo. Maintia and Piera. All the summer classics by Maintia and Piera. So I don't know if we should wait or not. I think people are slowly coming. Hello. Go there if you want. Some other. Hello, hello, brave people who are here in the last session of ICCC 26, the last and shortest session. So we only have two papers, a full paper and a short paper. And the first paper is by Maintia and Piera. And I'll give the floor to Maintia.
Oh. Well, hello, my name is Mijntje de Grote and I'm from the University of Amsterdam student. And together with Pierre, we wrote a paper about artist strategies to circumvent representational biases and censorship in text-to-image generation. The use of generative AI has grown significantly in the past few years, and especially text-to-image models are widely accessible and they generate millions of images daily from a simple text prompt. But these models do not come without challenges. The challenges they have is, first of all, they contain biases. These biases amplify stereotypes, and an example of this is that a CEO is often depicted as a white man. The second challenge is the active censorship, where overly broad safety filters block legitimate, non-harmful terms related to normal but stigmatized human experience, leading to systemic erasure. Our research and our main focus was how artists navigate and circumvent the biases of text-to-image models when attempting to represent complex or marginalized human identities. And our first results section is about what specific representational challenges they encounter. And the section 2 is about what strategies these artists use to overcome or subvert these biases in these images. Our method, we consisted of 10 artists, and we included art students also in this data. The platform we used was Stable Diffusion 3 via a third-party platform. And the procedure consisted of, first we did a pre-task questionnaire. This was to elicit the participant's mental image and anticipated fraction of a self-defined scenario. Then we did the Think Aloud protocol, where participants attempted to generate the image while verbalizing their thought process. And at the end, we did a post-task interview to reflect on the generation task. First, we have the representational problems that were encountered by the artists. The first was stereotyping, where the model linked certain words to certain visual styles. In the first one, you can see that the participant 1 noticed how the word kimono triggered an anime style, even though they asked for a realistic prompt. And the second one was participant 2, who noticed that concepts like mental health were standardized into a generic sad person. The second one was commercialized perfection and hypersexualization. Well, in this example, we have the commercialized perfection, where the model prioritized aesthetics over professionalism. In these pictures, you can see just young, pretty, polished woman. Then we have this hypersexualization, where it was noticed that the model defaulted to nudity and magazine-style bodies for gay men. And participant 8 also observed depictions of the straight people kissing were more traditionally enclothed than the depiction of two gay males kissing.
Then we have the white and Western default. The model had a strong bias toward white people and Western standards, even after the participants used constraining prompts like no white people. And then we had the secondary bias. This is when participants encountered a second layer of stereotyping. When participant 4 tried to steer away from the white default by introducing a nationality, such as Japanese, the image shifted from a bright setting to a dark setting. And she correlated this to the Japanese overworking culture. And then participant 7 also did this. They used the base prompt, but used different characteristics for the subject. And in the prompt, it says that the person should be tired and working. And on the first one, she put blonde, then Latin American, then Gambian. And you can see at the blonde person, she looks very smiley. She doesn't look like she really is working hard. And the other two are definitely more tired and working. And she correlated this to the working class or labor-focused bias for more marginalized identities. The fifth problem was the failure of identity and culture. The model struggled with specific cultural features. Participant 1 mentioned the Japanese girl looked more Chinese or Vietnamese. And participant 6 struggled to represent small Chinese Baijiu cups as offerings in front of tombstones. And the last representational problem was that the model can unknowingly be offensive regarding cultural or religious meanings. Participant 0 attempted to generate a respectful representation of a religious figure, but they flagged it as offensive due to it reminded him of the Battle of Karbala. And then we come to the second part of the results, which are the mitigation strategies of the artists. The first one is the negative constraints. This is when the artist specifically prompted what not to show. You can see no wounds, no pretty face, no glasses, not smiling. Then we had the linguistic workaround, where using a different description to get to the desired end result. In the first one, you can see the prompt was a realistic Japanese girl in a kimono. And when the girl noticed that kimono was a triggering word for the anime style, they had a workaround with the Japanese traditional ethnic clothing. Then the third one is self-censorship. Participant 0 avoided religious scenarios because they were afraid the model would be disrespectful. And this showed that the perceived bias of the model limited the creative process of the artist. Then the fourth one is the prompt specification, where being more descriptive was necessary to achieve more accurate representations. Here you can see the participants started with a small prompt and eventually became way more descriptive to get to a desired end result. And then the fifth one is the trial and error, where adding in the leading words was what they did. And participant 4 described this process as correcting a child. And in this example, you can see the trial of error of participant 9. They wanted to depict a gay man, 25, 30 years old, city life. But he noticed the pecs were really out. He was kind of muscular. He didn't want that. Eventually, in his fourth attempt, he wanted not someone from Europe, different ethnicities, different body types, but still very naked, very muscular. Even in his seventh attempt, when he said fully clothed, it was still completely naked. And then in his ninth attempt, he just said he needs to be in the mountains. And that's when he finally put on some clothes. This comes also with some limitations. Of course, we have a small sample size of only 10 artists. And these findings are also based on Stable Diffusion tree via third-party platform. So these findings could be influenced by the platform's own safety filters. And for future work, it would be interesting to also look at other text-to-image models. So artists must engage in labor-intensive strategies in order to achieve meaningful representations. And our findings suggest that bias in text-to-image models should not be understood solely as a technical limitation or a source of creative fiction, but as a structural issue with implications for cultural representation. Thank you.
Questions? No questions?
Yeah, thank you. Interesting, nice explorations. It used to be, I don't know image generation nowadays, so I don't know how much this is still a problem, but it used to be that if you introduce the negative prompts, the model can actually focus on the words that need to be part of the negative prompt. So we had better results when we negate the word itself. So not saying not something, but finding a real antonym. Did you observe something like that in the experiments?
I don't think I understand. Do you understand?
Okay, so if you want to say it shouldn't be big, so you don't say not big, but you say small, and this usually had better results, because if you say not big, so it's still the word big.
Mostly how the artists wanted to do it themselves. So I wasn't going to stare them like, you need to say it like this. I just said, you can do it like this, you can do it like that. And this was just the way that they wanted to express themselves.
Okay, so you didn't observe like some differences in that part, no?
No.
Okay, thank you.
I thought it was a super interesting study. I like how you followed their attempt to do these workarounds. Did you do any interviews with the artists about like if they would use how they felt about these softwares, using them in the future after their experiences, or any change in opinion on these softwares like before and after?
Well, some of these people already use like different programs, so they were more content with those ones. This one was free, so obviously it is a little bit not that good as what they were used to. But most of these people were not really content with how it turned out.
And would you say that most of them had like prompt engineering experience, or did they kind of learn the skill over the course of the study?
Most of them just learned it over the course of this study.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. More questions? One there.
I'm if you don't have an answer for this, that's fine. I'm just I've seen papers and talks like this before, and I really am legitimately curious, like what is the ideal then, right? If you type CEO, should it just spin a wheel and pick a race and a gender like at random, or like I don't disagree that it's problematic to have a bias that a CEO is always a white male, but I have trouble, like if that's from the training data, I'm just curious like what the ideal is, like as opposed to the bias, what would we like to see?
I think if it just only shows like a white male, you erase certain people from this completely. So that's, yeah.
And the problem is that is not that you generate once and you get a white male, is that you generate 100 and you get 99 white males.
Hi, thank you for the talk. I'm curious, what is the difference or sort of the advantage of looking at what artists do and discover versus just sort of analyzing the biases more systemically?
It was mostly because we expected these people to kind of push the boundaries of the system. Like they're already kind of creative. That's been established a little bit because they call themselves artists. So
did they?
Yeah. Yeah, these were artists.
I mean, did they push the boundaries?
Listen, I think it could be more. I think it could be done more. Definitely.
Thank you.
I wanted to follow up on what Brad was just asking, in the sense that if the goal is to investigate the biases in the system, then asking for pictures of a gay person or an artificial intelligence researcher seems like a useful thing to do, and will expose the fact that they're always looking like this and there's no diversity. But if the goal is to get a picture of a gay man, what does that look like? They look like everything. What does a CEO look like? What does an AI researcher look? Look at this room. I mean, there's just everything here. And so those prompts are kind of ridiculous. There's no picture of an AI researcher. Could be anything. There's no picture of a gay man. There's no picture of a CEO. It's just, that's the same quote or the same prompt as saying, give me a person. And so I'm really kind of surprised that the artists would do prompts like that. It doesn't seem like a, Exactly. And I mean, as an artist, that seems like a completely useless thing to do. As a bias researcher, it seems interesting. So I'm kind of, I wonder what you think about that, or if you were surprised by that, or if you tried to guide them in any way about that.
Well, for this research, we wanted them to think of kind of like something that would be biased by the system, and then how they would like circumvent these biases. That was mostly like, we wanted them to portray something that they think would be biased. So yeah, I don't know if you maybe want to add something like that.
I agree with what you said, that, there is no image of a gay person, there is no image of a CEO, but for example, with participant 9, when they were trying to depict a gay person, okay, you get the first image once. Also, I think what we didn't say yet is that we chose a platform where you were not building on your previous prompts. Every time you were adding a new prompt, you were basically building the image again. So the diffusion process started again. So we were not starting from the same image and changing the same image. We were generating new images all the time. And for example, participant 9 tried very hard not to have nudity in the gay man representation, and they didn't manage, right? So that's a little bit of a problem, right? There is no one image of gay men, but why do they have to have this nudity feature in common, for example? Regarding what they decided to show in this study, we really decided not to focus specifically on something. There is a more let's say, precise study that focuses on queer representations by artists and how, queer artists represent queerness with these models. In this case, we really decided to ask the artists to choose what they wanted to represent. So, we couldn't really, yes.
Maybe just to add to this, I'm wondering, would you agree that there is a risk here by asking artists to prompt the model in a way that they think could elicit biases, you make them deviate from the natural way of working?
Yeah, it could be. I mean, we never assume that the artists use the models in this way. For us, it was more like, okay, there are a lot of studies on representational biases in text-to-image models, and they're either quantitative or stuff like that. So we wanted to have a qualitative study where the artists and their expertise and their understanding of cultural, representations would help have a different type of exploration that is more profound or more deep. So this was the point. It was not really to reflect on how they use them, but having their creative practice as a way to understand the models themselves.
And I think that makes a lot of sense, right? But I think maybe that also answers the question of, artists probably wouldn't do this.
Yeah,
They
no,
wouldn't, but
no,
they're
no.
probably really good at exploring these biases. Yeah.
I think among the artists we interviewed, it was only participant maybe 5 who was actually taking inspiration from how they used it in their own art practice. Yeah.
Could you just comment a bit on the participants themselves? Like, were they self-described artists? Were they artists with professional experience? Like, just to add some more context to.
Yeah, there were people were, I'm not sure about everyone, but there were like game artists who designed games, video, like filmmakers, someone who made art about Maori woman. Yeah, also just yeah. Yeah, if it's, I'm not sure if I have it here right now. It should be here, yeah. Yeah, here it is. Someone in film, multidisciplinary arts, museum, film, gaming industry, visual art, creative writing, design, creative technology, and art. So it was kind of broad, everyone.
Hi, my question is, or I have a feeling that these kinds of prompts in real world, they typically come from clients like advertising agencies. So an advertising agency goes to an artist and says, we want to create this campaign and it needs to have 2 gay men kissing. So this oversimplification in no AI, nothing, real world for many decades, typically comes from those people, not the artists. So the artists are actually not trained in prompting. They visual artists never get trained in prompting and expressing these things in such a way. So I think maybe the testing group is the issue here, that doesn't have experience with these things, and that's why these prompts are kind of meaningless, and they don't really dig into what you wanted to dig into. So I think maybe marketing folks, advertising agencies, and those kind of folks would need to write these. And
yeah, that can be better.
Let me just make a final comment slash question. In the slide, I think you showed the Japanese girl, and you said that some artists commented that you look more like Vietnamese.
Yes.
But isn't Japanese just a nationality? So that I could be Japanese, right?
Yeah,
So-
this could be
So
possibility.
that's
Yeah.
it.
This was something just that she mentioned, that she noticed, because she came from the region. Yeah, she was Singaporean, not Japanese, but this was something that she noticed. So that's why we wrote it down.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, you're correct. Okay, so let's thank Martin. And yeah. Now we have Simon Colton with 20 years of the painting full. The story of your life, perhaps. Of our life. Okay. Oh, it's 25. Sorry, it's 25. I was not in this community in the first 5 years. How are you? Thanks. Hi. Okay, so yes, this is joint work with Blanca Perez-Ferrer. Blanca is an art historian, curator, and cultural mediator with a specialism in AI art, so the perfect person to work on the artistic side of this with. The Painting Full was very happy when we got married, Blanca and I, 12 years ago. So for the last 12 years, it's been a bit of a partnership. So the story is I bought a digital camera, suddenly had thousands of digital images. It was amazing. I wanted to write some graphics code to manipulate them as kind of an art practice for myself. Realized I was doing way too much of that and not enough of my postdoc work. And decided to kind of bring it into the fold of computational creativity, which was already part of my life by that stage. So I had code from 88, but really in 2001, I brought it all together as a Java code base, called it the Painting Full, and then said at AISB 01 at a talk that the aim of the project is that the software itself is taken seriously as a creative artist in its own right one day. Not thinking that 25 years later, I would still be saying those words. So the first 10 years, I looked at implementing behaviors which might be called skillful, appreciative, or imaginative. So simulating artistic techniques like pencils, pastels, and paints. On the skillful side, appreciation, I use machine vision, always have, to assess artworks and subject material. Imagination, I did scene construction using constraint solving and CFGGs. A lot easier to see this with images. The second 10 years, I was opportunistically applying behavior types, being provoked from the growing philosophy of computational creativity to change the software and backwards and forwards. Did a lot of public engagement and philosophical work using the Painting Full as a touchstone. In the last 5 years, I haven't really touched the Java code base, but I've been doing a ton of Python coding to do generative AI, machine vision, and visual language model manipulation. And that code is now available to the Painting Full, and there is a socket between the two. So I'm going to call that part of the Painting Full's code base from now on as well. To give you an example of skill, lots of different styles of image making there. Some of them more abstract, lots of different color palettes, lots of different brushstroke styles and so forth, different natural media like pencils, pastels, and paints, charcoals, felt tip pens, that kind of thing, the whole deal. On the appreciation side, we won a competition with this. We hooked up the Painting Full to an emotion detector, a machine vision system. It could tell whether the sitter for a portrait was happy or sad. I was genuinely that sad. It was the night before the competition and the software didn't work.
And it chose to paint in that style based on the emotion of the sitter. So that was appreciative of the subject material to some extent. And at the end of the first period, really roughly, I got into generating images of scenes which don't exist in reality. So given up the addiction to starting with digital photographs, these are generated using context-free design grammars, the figures, and they're put in place by constraint solving. So using real AI techniques there. And I also moved into more interesting behavioral backstories. So this was work by master student Anna Czechowska, and she hooked up the painting full to the Guardian newspaper, downloaded the headline article, which in this case was on the war in Afghanistan. This is a long time ago. And it used some sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction to find prompts to do image search, get images back from Flickr and Google, put them into a collage and paint them up. And when we looked at this one, we saw that in the middle, there's a family with a baby. On the bottom, there's a fighter jet, there's an explosion. And then here on the middle right there, turns out that's a field of graves. And even now, I get chills when I think of the it's not a great piece of art, let's face it, but it is evocative of the war in Afghanistan, which came from just a newspaper article. Interesting behavioral backstory is what I would say. There's a lot to get through. So lots and lots of public engagement. It's been my main vehicle for public engagement. A number of art exhibitions, 2 solo, 9 group ones. The first exhibition was on Exhibition Road in London, which I was very pleased about. At least I've lost count the number of demonstrations I've done of the software, but at decent places like the New Scientist Live Festival, Natural History Museum, the Cité des Sciences in Paris, a couple of celebrity portraits. This morning, there's a TV show called This Morning in the UK. It's very big. They asked me to be on their show 3 times and bumped me 3 times. So that if they ever ask again, I'm not going to say yes. The big highlight for this, one of the highlights was we got asked to do a 5-day exhibition at the Science Museum in London. And we got through about 400, 500 portraits, all of kids. And then there was a nighttime part of that where adults were let in and there was free wine. And they got quite scary with the software, asking all sorts of questions which we didn't have answer to. Loads and loads of third-party engagement, documentary makers, news reporters, essay writers, covering the Painting Full project. And also, this is a platform for discussing computational creativity. So they weren't really there just for the Painting Full. They were there to understand the notion that software itself could be created, or that there were weird people like us out there wanting to do this. The biggest engagement project started with Dan and Blanca in 2013 at a week-long computational creativity festival called You Can't Know My Mind. We have a paper about it here at the conference. And that continued. I demoed the demo there for at least another 8 years. I was really sick of it towards the end, but it did have a lot of impact outside of the field. There isn't time for this, but this is what the demo did. Someone sits down. This is me in my midlife crisis period with the long hair. The software directs me. It's quite clear that I'm an art material for the software. It's not painting my portrait. It didn't say, how would you like your portrait, sir? It says, I would like you to pull a strange face. This bringing back memories, Dan? I bet. And then it further directs you. Then it's a bit of misdirection where you have to type stuff in and it's whirring away in the background. Eventually, a hand appears on screen and starts painting. It puts in the background and so on. Eventually, it's done all sorts of graphics and machine vision mesh manipulation. It puts in the outlines of your face to actually produce a portrait. It had to be portraiture to get people engaged from the public engagement point of view. Then the software uses Dan's neural networks, early usage of neural networks in AI art, to analyze how well it's done in going from its mind's eye conception. That's like an image filtered version of it. But through the messy media of simulating paints, this is what it gets. And then it was trying to make it look, hang on. Damn, I've missed it. It was trying to make it look glazed. And then it adds a commentary on whether it's achieved that or not. This is a fun demonstration. That's the kind of thing we were doing for a long time. 1 minute. Okay, I'm not going to be too over. Mrs. Yang Lan came to interview me in Cornwall. She's interviewed everybody who's anybody, like both Obamas, both Clintons, and she's interviewed lots of nobodies, including me. She gave me 500 quid in cold hard cash for that image, for that printout there, and I still, still remember the feel of it. And I asked one of the production assistants how many people they were hoping for in their viewership. And this person said in a straight face, we're hoping for 1.2 billion. So even if it was just in the tens of millions, completely nothing like 1.2 billion, this particular documentary would have been the biggest public engagement by far. The New Scientist Live beneath that, the first article, I think, in the national press about the project. And here are the two on the right. This is Dan's two children. It was very much a family event that week, having their portraits done. And can you see Dan at the background there? This was a fun time. I've put this here, although it's not mentioned in the paper, out of respect for Harold. Through the painting Fool, Harold Cohen learned to hate me. It's not a heartwarming story. And he called me a fucking idiot to my face at Darkstall, and only Panuzel agreed with him. And that was very distressing. But I got my revenge to some extent. The New Scientist covered the painting Fool. I allowed some comments about Harold in that, which could have been put more diplomatically, let's say. Harold didn't like that, and he wrote a letter to the New Scientist complaining about this. So there's an overlap there with Harold, who's been a big influence for the project. Lots of philosophical provocations, which the point at the bottom here is that the presence and continual development and continuity of the project mean that we've always been having this touchstone. We can always talk about a software system like the Painting Fool, because the Painting Fool has existed. And we can use it in order to put thought experiments together for the future of the Painting Fool or the past. And there's lots of papers from the philosophy that people like Alison and myself have written, using the Painting Fool as a touchstone. Lots of other highlights in the paper, how it fits in historically between Aaron from Harold Cohen and Botto from Mary Klingerman and others. Competition wins. Not in the paper is the story with Harold. Here, I wanted to put this one up there because this is John McCormack and Mark D'inverno. They both hired me at certain stages of my career, partly to work on the Painting Fool. So they provided a platform for this. They were at Darkstall. They organized a Darkstall event. So I took this and I wrote software to produce what I call paint dancers so that they will merge into their faces. It's bad animation through the screen, I'm afraid. Using the same pencil strokes, they become Harold Cohen and Maggie Bowden, who are also at the Darkstall Symposium. So we put together these portraits, and Harold was incredibly influential, not just to me, of course, but certainly to the Painting Fool project. And Maggie was a big supporter of it. Nearly there. I'll let you look at the paper for the lessons learned. The last one, though, is that with long-term projects like this, it's beneficial for practice and theoretical work to drive each other forward in the study of computational creativity. The lessons learned there are fairly obvious to most of you, but you might want to check them out in the paper. There's current work, a retrospective on the webpage. I now have artistic representation through fellowship.xyz. The next stage, everything is in place, I think, to take the Painting Fool and allow it to express itself creatively as an independent artist. Whether it gets accepted or not is a different matter. The machine condition will provide the framework. Maybe Atticus's paper from yesterday on aesthetic frameworks will underpin this. Generative deep learning will provide the technical approach, and prompting about lived experience will be the kind of mesh for it. Anyone interested in helping with this, do let me know. So there is some relevance, but the Painting Fool is not yet taken seriously as a creative artist in its own right, not surprisingly. But who knows? In another 25 years, we might be in that stage. Thanks to the dozens of people who have commented on it, worked with me, written code, run experiments, put on art exhibitions. You know who you are, and thank you from the bottom of my heart for that. And thanks for listening today. Any questions?
Very long minute. Any questions in the room?
These are new pieces from this year, I should say. The Painting Fool is still very much alive.
I'm sure.
You are not going to like this question.
Have you ever asked a question that I liked? I'm not sure.
Sometimes. Well, that minute was an homage to last night's game where it also went forever. I didn't know about the story between you and Harold Cohen.
Yeah,
and that
he didn't like me.
Can you tell us something about that? Because I'm genuinely curious.
If I were to speculate, so Harold and I overlapped 5 or 6 times, starting at AISB 99 in Edinburgh. It's the first time I met that. Yeah. I was looking after John McCarthy, but Harold was a big name there. And I was one of the people in the audience who asked the naive question, how does your software work? And Harold was offended by that.
You also asked if you could download it for free. You was slightly offended with that, I remember.
I understand why, and I would, I appreciate that now. And then I met with him. He came to Imperial to give a talk, and I hosted him. And then at this dog stall, you get randomly assigned to tables. I was randomly assigned to his table like 3 times, and I was asking him all about the career and everything. If I was to point out why, if I was to speculate why he was so upset with me, it may be because projects like the Painting Full would affect the legacy, his legacy and the legacy of Aaron. If they came along and if the Painting Full succeeds as being taken seriously as an artist, that might diminish the value of Aaron in history. And also he was a difficult character. He did that to a number of people. Yeah. So, yeah. So that it was his character, my pushiness and legacy. I think that's why. But in The New Scientist, Catherine DeLange, who wrote it, she said, okay, yeah, but Aaron's okay if you want, 2 people in a room with a pot plant and a beach ball, but it can't do other things. And she said that, but I didn't correct it. And that got into the article. Harold didn't like that and wrote in no uncertain terms how much he disliked me and my approach in The New Scientist.
Thanks a lot.
Cheers.
One last question.
You probably won't like this question either.
Okay. Thanks.
But let me preface it just to make sure that everybody's clear. The Painting Fool's amazing. It's a genius thing in so many ways. But and when I first was exposed to it a long time ago, that catchphrase that you put at the beginning, which is to be taken serious as an artist in its own right someday, that really resonated with me, and it was like made my brain go, whoa, and it did all kinds of things. But now I wonder if you still think that's important, because I don't. I think what the Painting Fool's done is way more important than that. And also, I think that's not probably, I now don't really think that's a possibility, in the sense that art is not for computers, it's for people.
So do you agree with Aaron Hertzman, who categorically states that computers can't create art? You should read the essay. They can't create art because they could never be artists. They can't ever be artists because they're never part of a social community. And there's other reasons. Also, he wants to give them full personhood, human level intelligence and consciousness. I mean, talk about barriers to entry. So I mean, there's ideological reasons for that from Aaron's point of view. This is Aaron Hertzman. I should say. The word there, the important word there is creative artist. So if you miss that out, then you've missed out the most important word. And it still acts as a provocation for me to get out of bed and write code, which ticks one more box. What I'm hoping for is that it will tick. People will begrudgingly call it creative because they can no longer think of a good reason why it's not creative. So you tick off all the good reasons why people will criticize it, like not having intentionality, not being able to work with anything other than digital images and so on. And that's what I've done over the career. And as a provocation, as a way of going forward, then this still stands. The problem is that text to image generation has made it so that people are worried about their jobs as graphic designers and artists and so forth. But that doesn't mean to say, like Leonel yesterday, that having more artists in the world is a bad thing. We just don't need 10 million of them. One of them out there with the kind of history of like Aaron or Botto or the Painting Fool, maybe that would be an interesting thing to have in the world. So no, I'm not put off by it yet. And I need to reconvince you, I think, Dan. The problem's you, mate, not with the definition. We'll get that back.
One now must be final because we don't have time.
Okay. As someone who's been hanging around here for a while, but not super long, I'm wondering, are systems like the Painting Fool, like I'm wondering why are systems like the Painting Fool or Darcy or maybe Angelina, these systems built by individual researchers or small groups over many years to ask lots of interesting questions. Why do we not see any new projects like that?
It used to be the norm. I would add Navar to that. I'll never get the name right. Nivar to that as a historical example. It used to be the norm, you know, Doug Lennox AM and Eurisco. These were, we grew up in the history of giving your AI system a name, and I just never dropped it. I've got the HR system, I've got the Painting Pool, I've got Art Done Quick, a number of other ones. Mike's got Angelina and so forth. It gives it, maybe rather than now talking about transformers or diffusion models, it gave you something to hang on to as a one-word explanation of lots of work and aspirations that you could just point to. So I don't think there's any, why we don't see it anymore. I mean, we do in this community. There's named systems here. I've been seeing this week. Have we not seen some? No, maybe not. I think people go for acronyms more now. My favorite was Hedgehog. One of Alan Bundy's students called his software Hedgehog for no good reason. Do you have an answer? Do you know why? Well, I mean, maybe we were doing scaling, but the only way we could scale was through time because we didn't have resources or compute. There's, 10 times as much work that's gone into this is being done in 1 hour in DeepMind today.
Basically, in my opinion, is because we had to do everything from the scratch back then. Now we don't. So if I want to develop a generative system nowadays, I will probably vibe code it in a week. Actually, I did it just for the fun, and then it's not. This is just me talking, not Simon. It's not as personal, so I don't feel it as really a big accomplishment or my own creation. I don't feel I should give it a name, and quite frankly, it will probably be much like anything else that is out there. So I think that's the reason. It's totally different to begin a project where you have to develop everything from the scratch. We didn't even have libraries. I remember Simon coming up with libraries to emulate these tools and so on. Now you don't do that. So it's a totally different way of developing software and of doing research in this area. That would be my take. It's less personal.
And maybe it would be pretentious when the name system these days are ChatGPT, Stable Diffusion, thousands of person years poured into it. One person writing a bit of code is probably not on that scale anymore.
Just a short comment that links up with what we were talking about earlier. I used to name my systems at the beginning, but then I was realizing earlier when we were discussing transformational stuff, that it got to the point where every year I would write a different paper approaching the same problem in a completely different way. And that was transformational creativity, my own, namely.
Okay,
but once that happened, I wouldn't feel comfortable giving it a sort of labeling under the same name. And at first started just giving each one a new name. And then it got such a long string. It got to be such a long string of names that it didn't make sense anymore.
Yeah, we should talk to Mike or Cook about this. Angelina, by the time he finished his PhD, was like 5 different iterations working in 5 different areas, 5 different code bases to a large extent, but still on the kind of branding. Maybe it's branding rather than the name of a system, branding of the project. I call it the project rather than system a lot of the time because it's bigger than a system. So maybe rebranding.
Okay, let's thank Simon once again. Everyone forgot about this. Come on. I even forgot. So let's close the conference. Thank you for being still here. Posso desligar aqui e ligar ao meu para ligar ao projetor? Aqui, aqui. Sim.
I Hello again. I received yet another request from part of the organization, which is, if you do not really want to take this home, please help us recycle this, okay? There will be a box at the entrance, at the registration desk. Please leave your lanyards there, okay? Let's be a bit good to the environment and not waste things that we don't need. Also, speaking of wasting, there are some posters that we put away. If you want your poster, please come to us and tell us that. Otherwise, it will be recycled. Okay?
Let's close the conference by thanking you all. So in name of all the program chairs and the general chair, the local chairs, which should be somewhere, we'd like to thank you all. Without you, this would not be possible. So thank you for all the participants, all the authors, all the reviewers, all the chairs. I think we can give an applause to everyone. And I hope that you enjoyed Coimbra. So this is just a summary of what we had. We had 35 talks, 30 posters, and 10 demos. We had 2 keynotes, 5 workshops, the early career symposium. We had the welcome reception, the guided tour, the conference dinner yesterday, and we still have the visit to the biennial this afternoon. And in case that you didn't notice, the preliminary proceedings are already available in the conference website. There will be some changes because they don't include the awards and the ISBN, but I hope that they will be final in 1 or 2 weeks at most. And we, of course, would like to thank again the program committee, the senior program committee, all the members of the program committee. These names are all on the website, and there's also some additional reviewers that were invited to help us, usually in urgent situations. And of course, remember all the chairs, the workshop chairs and tutorial, the early career symposium, the publicity chairs, the poster and demo chair, the publication chair, the webmaster, and all the volunteers that really helped us in these days of the conference. I mean, we can again give an applause to all of these people. And the local chairs, of course. João and Pedro. Where is And remember the awards that we gave yesterday: the best paper award, the best student paper, the best short paper award, the best posters, 2 best posters that were tied, equally good. And we now have an announcement for the next edition of the conference. I don't know if Maya wants to come here just to give some words.
Hi, everybody. So James and I, James is a local chair. Oh, this is official now. Yeah, so James and I have decided to invite all of you to our neck of the woods in California. It's gonna be at San Jose State University. James, you want to come up with me for a moment? And I'm thinking we could do a day tour to my now hometown, San Francisco. It's a really, really cool location. It's a tourist destination. We hope that offsets some of the trepidations around crossing the ocean. And we have some really cool ideas around some special themes around art. James, would you want to comment on anything? Okay. All right. Yeah, looking forward to seeing you there. And it's going to be in June 21st to 25th.
And we have an announcement of another conference that might be of your interest, which is Evo Mozart, the 16th edition, which will be in Mainz in Germany next year, between 31st of March and the 2nd of April. So feel free to get more information. I think that the website is not ready, is it? It will be very soon. Okay, and there will be emails. There's always lots of emails on Eva Mozart, so it won't be a problem. And yeah, we still have the visit after lunch. I don't know if any other chairs want to say anything. General chair, local chairs, no. So it's me closing. I have the pleasure of closing the conference. Yeah, and we'll see some of these things in a few hours, in 2 hours or so. We're not walking, we're taking a bus. This was from the first, and the meeting point is the same, right? Okay, so same place as yesterday before dinner. Oh, no, not that. Actually, it's right in front of this building at 2:30. I think this is the last slide. I don't know what this QR code is. Okay, so thank you, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the day. I forgot, there's still the General Assembly. I was so fast, I forgot about the General Assembly.
In case you're interested, the conference is finished, but as Hanno says, we now hold a General Assembly of the Association of Computational Creativity, which takes place between meetings, not at the conference, but you're all welcome to attend if you want. Officially, I think only, according to the Constitution, only voting members have a vote, but anybody can stay and you can have a say if you want.
Yes.
I'm already in the change bin. Final thing. There's a problem with the. I think the program is the old title. In the PDF, it's the new title. Okay.
Teste. Teste 2.
Nós precisamos esperar uma. Sim,
Obrigado.
Conseguimos ligar os dois microfones no.
A gente tem que entrar para ver se dá interferência.
Acho que entra num lado, entra no outro.
Porque tá no mesmo coisa. Se você disse que o som não repassa, não vai ficar ligando. Mas tem que liberar antes pra gente ter certeza.
Teste.
Okay, so welcome to the General Assembly of the Association of Computational Creativity. This is a meeting we need to have every year by the requirements of the Constitution according to Portuguese law, and it's governed by the Constitution as well. So there's a number of things we need to do and a number of things we can't do. I won't bother you with all the details. Just to say, this is the official body that governs the Association of Computational Creativity, which was originally created to help sustain through time the meetings of the International Conference on Computational Creativity. And it has a number of bodies that govern it. There's a steering committee of elected members, and there's under that there is a set of voting members who are they have to have. If you want to become a voting member, just let us know. This is a process that we need to go through, but it needs to happen if you want to be a voting member. Only voting members can be elected to take part in the steering committee, and there's also a supervisory board that is responsible for validating what the other bodies do. And so in the last year, we used to have a single meeting of the steering committee co-located with the conference every year. Since last year, we realized that that wasn't working too well. So the steering committee has been working through the year. We've been meeting remotely at least once a month, and we've been dealing with a number of issues. Some of them have been were mentioned the other day. But the reason why we didn't have the steering committee meeting at the slot assigned for it in the conference program on Wednesday was because the steering committee is now officially doing all these other meetings online together, and we thought that slot was better used for other things. So you all, or most of you, or many of you took part, and we discussed a number of things that we've taken note of and we will hopefully act on. It was officially a steering committee meeting. Okay. 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 So, and I want to invite a number of people who've been doing work to just report on what they've done so you can all hear. starting with Dan, who is chair of the association at this point, and as such, head of the steering committee. And he can actually do much better job than me at reporting what the steering committee has been doing over the past year. You want to show something?
No, I'm just going to go through it really quick. This is all boring, but it needs to be reported. So let me do it really quickly. We have been doing a lot of stuff. We have elected some new people to the steering committee. Luis Espirito Santo, who is there he is right there, is now a new steering committee member. We accepted a new updated version of the publication ethics and malpractice statement, which you can find on the association webpage. We submitted the ICC proceedings to Scopus for indexing, purchase a website backup solution, added a new position in the association for publication chair, and had accepted or nominated, or I don't know what the right word is, Isaac as our new association publication chair, which is going to be really great because we need some continuity between years on the publication and dissemination stuff that we're doing for the conference. What else? What else? Oh, speaking of which, for the first time, we have an associated ISSN, which connects all the ISBNs for the proceedings into a series. So nobody probably cares about that here, but it's really great for us as a publishing entity. We elected 5 new voting members: Katarina, Christian, Paul, Wadley, James Morgan, and Luis. So that's good. We revived the ACC task force, and Luis, I think, is going to speak to us a little bit about that in a minute. We have updated the working practices document. You can find that on the website. And we've restructured the website a little bit to make it better. And I say this last, but I think most importantly, at least for me, support the organization of the conference this year. Okay, so for next year on the docket so far, and I'm sure there'll be a lot more things we do that aren't on this, but budget for the next year, support the organization for the conference in San Jose, prepare, I won't say where yet, but we are very enthusiastic about where we might meet in 2028. We always like to look 2 years ahead, so we're very close to being able to lock that down. And then as soon as that happens, sometime after that, we'll be opening a call for organizing 2029. That won't be for a while, but it will be next year. We'll put that call out. Okay, that's everything.
So at a slightly different level, but also related to all that, the treasurer of the association has produced the accounts for the past year. Those have gone to the supervisor as required, and the supervisory board has approved them. Oh, that's Diarmid, treasurer. Thank you, Diarmid. Is he? Okay, Diarmid, you need to present the accounts. Diarmid.
Hi. Hi, let me, I'm watching on YouTube. Let me do that in the background.
Watching it on YouTube.
Hi, will I present the accounts now? Yes.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, I'm just trying to share.
Yeah, I think you can share.
Yeah, I think I can there. Has that come through? Ah, okay.
Just wait a tiny bit. Yes, we can see it.
Yeah, okay, good. Okay, hello everybody. Sorry I can't be there. A whole bunch of teaching related changes going on here. Okay, so the accounts for 2025. In essence, 25 is a very good year for us, and we'll see the details in a couple of seconds. We have a couple of accounts. The PayPal account, we had no transactions during 25. Okay, my mouse is coming through. We started off the year with a balance of 34K and ended on 40K. As we can see, we had relatively small outgoings and very attractive income. We do have a number of pending transactions that I'll detail in a few seconds. So overall, we had a very good year. Bank charges, okay, as I said, I think last year was roughly €100 per year, which is quite small. I think I was watching some things online. So I guess our biggest optional expenditure every year is Easy Chair, which is typically less than €1,000, but of that order of magnitude. So at the very start of the year, in middle of January 25, we paid $840 based on projected numbers and so on. And then we paid for ICCC'26 just towards the very end of December, and that was $940. And again, based on previous years. Okay, the embarrassing bit, unfortunately, we have some outstanding transactions. For mostly reasons beyond my control, we still have one outstanding Best Paper Award from 2024. I had a lot of trouble contacting the third prize winner from 24. So that's still outstanding. Some technical and just some contact trouble. We still have 3 outstanding transactions for the 3 Best Paper Awards from last year. So again, apologies for that. I'll detail this a little bit at the end, but essentially I'm having a lot of trouble accessing the accounts. Well, I won't go into the details just yet. We'll talk about that in a minute. Okay, on the income front, we had a very good year. ICCCC sponsorship was 2,600. Toyota Research gave us, I think it was $2,500 or $3,000, which equated to just over 2,000 euro. And profit from ICCCC was also really boosted our books. So essentially at the end of December 25, our bank balance was almost back to where it was before COVID and a couple of expensive years for the conference. Okay, yeah, as I said, in 2025, there wasn't any transactions on the PayPal account and our Wise account. Okay, so total equity at the end of December 25 was 41K. Okay, so we're in a 1 year brought us back to a very healthy situation, so really good news. And again, I guess 3 sponsorships are the main reason for this. Well, 2 sponsorships and 1 profitable instance of the conference. And then, of course, the Equity Press, our Ubiquity Press, that we terminated that, which was over 1,000 per year from previous years. Okay, so at the end of December last year, or January 1 this year, we're in a very healthy position. As I say, we have 2,000 euros of pending transactions. Now, because I believe it's because anti-money laundering, for me to access the account has become nigh on impossible because I'm in a different jurisdiction, I think. I think it's Europe's anti-money laundering. In fact, it's anti-money laundering and terrorist sponsorship or something like that is the view that the banks take. And essentially, even getting to the login page now has become exceedingly difficult. So I think my role as treasurer, I think I've become a hindrance rather than a help at this stage. So I've been looking at options for that I might discuss in a few minutes. So for this year, couple of things to note. Transaction bank charges probably won't change. Easy Chair, we had one expenditure back in May. We also had an expenditure, I think I heard Dan say a while ago, I bought some software for Luis to help with backup and so on. Because I don't have access to the accounts, I actually had to put that on my own Visa card, and thank you, Amilcar. I got that reimbursed there. So essentially, because of the access issues, Amilcar is having to do all of the transactions that I guess I should really be doing. So apologies and thanks to Amilcar. So that's the WP Vivid software for Luis. There's been a lot of transactions, especially in the last week or so, related to ICCC'26. And again, thanks to Amilcar for dealing with all of these. So at the moment, I think we're probably burning around 10K, but that's ignoring the income from ICCC'26. Right, so I think we should, by the end of this year, we should be in a pretty healthy position for next year. A couple of things to note, I guess our largest recurring or voluntary expenditure is probably Easy Chair, whether we need to consider alternatives. I know that Easy Chair is easy to use, and if it's value for money, then excellent. It's not a huge expenditure. A thing to note for myself, Louise, just to make sure we don't forget, 3 years ago, we paid for 3 years of website hosting because we got quite a good discount on that. So that will reappear in our books April 27. I guess because we're in a reasonably healthy financial situation, we've more or less increased 7 to 10 grand from last year. ICCC'27 is, I guess I was a little bit concerned about it, but now that our financial situation is a bit more stable, I guess that's pretty good. And I think Dan and many others have said this on calls, but depending on what happens in midterm elections in the states, that travel and so access to ICCC'27 might become easier than it might and more attractive than it currently looks. Dan, I don't know if you want to say anything, or you want to let me say anything now about the treasurer role, or will we do that separately? Well, I'm not sure what you.
Dan says no. He doesn't want to say anything else. So thank you.
No.
I think that.
Okay.
Is that it? Yes.
That's it. Yep.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
This may also be the moment to for the organizers of this year's conference to say something. But we've already heard your report on the conference. Would you like to say something as local organizers, as part of the General Assembly?
Not really. Nothing special to say. Or organizing the conference is basically like organizing any other conference. You have lots of things that depend on the local team, on the availability of sponsorship, and also on the local conditions. To be quite honest, I believe in more expensive countries, it will be very difficult to run this conference and make a profit in the end. We were discussing, we'll have a positive balance. I'm not exactly sure how much, but we have a very, how should I put it? We have a safe margin, so it will turn in a profit. But of course, if you in a country where catering and so on costs 2 or 3 times as much, if we had to pay for the rooms or something like that, then this is not sustainable using these registration prices. The other thing is more as a member of Computational Creativity Association is we have 40K sitting in the bank. Our mission, and I've just checked it to make sure I did no mistake, is promoting the study of computational creativity, human and machine creativity using by computational means. And this to me can mean more than just organizing a conference. So I think we should be looking into organizing summer schools can be extremely expensive. But for instance, providing scholarships for short stays, like 3 months or something, for students to visit different labs and so on, this is relatively cheap, and we probably should be looking into that. Also, just to finish, getting sponsorship depends on the country you are. It also depends on what other conferences are doing. And for instance, this year, ICCCC, ICCCC, all the major AI associations that we contacted basically said, sorry, there are too many AI conferences. We have run out of funds. So we also need to think about different sources of income, I would say, or the registration price must increase. That would be my take. And of course, it was a pleasure to organize it. I'm lying now, but I'm happy, very happy.
Thank you very much. Let's have a hand for the organizers again. Now, as I mentioned at the start, there's a number of things we're required to do by Portuguese law. One of them is we have to submit the approval of the budget and the accounts for last year, submitted to the vote of approval. That means we can do this easily. What I need is for anyone present who is a voting member, raise their hands if they have any objections to the accounts and the budget. Okay, so no objections, we can. You can. Okay, so how do you do that? Ask them who abstains? Okay. Okay. So is that sufficient? Great. So there's a number of things that do they need to be discussed here? The Dirmit's issue with the need for him to find an alternative way of we don't need to discuss that here. And how about the supervisory board? Renewal of the supervisory board? That should be discussed. Okay. So the supervisory board should have 3 members. One of them has just resigned, so it's now down to 2. So we need to find a replacement. And officially, that has to happen through an election process. I assume you can stand forward as a candidate to be a member of supervisory board. Is that restricted to voting members as well, or? So if you're a voting member, you're willing to stand for the supervisory board, let us know. We're not going to do it here, but just so you know that this is in process and will have to be resolved over time. We can hold the election electronically. Cass?
Your workload is very light. So don't worry about adding a great deal of new admin to your life, but you basically have to sign off that the budget's looking healthy once a year. There's also maybe 2 or 3 emails a year. It's really not a heavy thing, and it's just something that we need to do as part of our constitution. Take it on if you're keen to come back to this community regularly, because you do have to answer those 3 emails a year.
So taking on from that, we can make a note to consider what else we can get the supervisory board to do for us. We're clearly not doing enough. So that's cleared. Is there?
Regarding the person, the member of the association that will substitute, that will be elected to the supervisory board, that person can't be at the same time at the General Assembly chair or the steering committee. Okay, so it has to be a voting member and can't be in any of the other bodies of the association.
That also means probably take a little longer, but if you're in neither of those conditions, then you can first put yourself forward as a possible voting member, then we'll make you a voting member. It's a not simple process, and then you can also stand for the supervisory board. So don't feel put back. You still can join. And I think the next item is
Other items.
just let you know that there's a new body. This is off the official constitution, but for some time now we've had a task force of younger members who were concerned with the situation of the community and got together, volunteered and got together and get together regularly, discuss possibilities, and Luis is going to tell us about the work they've done so far.
Hello. So first, I just want to say that, yeah, you can also, so now we are at the part of the General Assembly where it's other items. So basically, if you have anything that you want to discuss at the General Assembly, you can propose to discuss them. In this case, I propose to discuss the task force because I think it matters for everyone here. So I would like to, I think Pablo already did a lot, but I think it's important for us to contextualize a bit where we are coming from and where this task force fits in the association. So we decided to do a bit of a, so first of all, let's contextualize with the previous task force. Yes. Yes, this thing, I think I can try. Can I minimize? Oh no. Ah. Is it better? Yeah. Okay. So basically, this is the task force. The first task force was in 2019, and basically came from a lot of some early career members, researchers, and they were concerned about several things about the association and the community. So they wrote a letter to start. Well, many of them are here, so they can correct me if I'm saying something wrong. But they wrote a letter saying, "We are concerned about this. We want to help." So they joined together and they started doing several things, and it ended up in a report in 2020 where they said everything they did. After 2020, well, of course, it stopped a bit or stalled a bit. So basically, some time ago, I was being voted as a voting member, and I was taking place at the steering committee. And there was discussion, actually, I was discussing with several people for a long time, of rebooting that workforce. So starting a new edition of that task force. So basically, this presentation is the contextualization of that and what we're trying to propose and what we're trying to accomplish and what we are concerned about. So why does the association exist? Pablo already said, basically, the conference exists for a long time. So for those that it's their first time at the conference, actually, it's important because now you're members of the association. So there was the conference, and at some point there was the necessity to bring some things from one edition to another. And that was the motivation why the association came to be in 2017, so not so long ago as we might think. And it was made an association in Portugal. That's why we need to abide by the Portuguese law. And this makes it important we need to know why we need to do these kinds of things, like the General Assembly. And so there's several documents that actually rule the way we work and operate. The first one is the Portuguese legislation. The second one is the constitution that was made for the association when we started it. And then there's a bunch of working practices that can be easily changed. The constitution needs approval by this assembly to actually change anything. So it's a bit harder. We need to follow that. Okay, what is ACC for? There are several core missions. They are defined in the Constitution. So if you ever think of what is the mission of ACC, there's a place where you can find the answer, or at least the current answer is in the Constitution, and it includes a lot of things. It includes support activities and outreach in computational creativity, or as Penosal said, human and creativity in humans and machines. That's how it's phrased. Build cooperation protocols with public and private entities, stimulate cultural and scientific cooperation. So there's a bunch of things there. And we might question if actually the association is doing that or is just organizing the conference, which is actually one of the missions of the association. Who is part of the community? Actually, one of the big things, or the big questions the last task force raised is who is part of this community? We, as the new task force, we discussed a bit. We have two main ideas. One of them is clear, the members of the association. That could be a good answer of who is part of this community. Of course, this would leave many people that are actually doing computational creativity but are not members. For example, the people that came to previous editions but are not voting members. So there's another definition of who is this community, who could be everyone that is doing computational creativity research. And that is a big problem because we have several definitions of what is computational creativity. There's one that is in the website of the association, and I think that should be one that we should follow because that's the one we're putting outside in the website. Types of members. We have three types of members. One, voting members. Those are members that can vote in the General Assembly. Those need to be voted by two voting members. They need to be proposed by two voting members to become a voting member. We have the honorary member, which need to be proposed by the steering committee and voted, approved by the General Assembly. And the one that is the only way into the community is becoming a conference member, which means they need to register and attend the conference. So this brings a lot of problems because if someone, that kind of membership kind of stops 1 year after it starts. So basically, if someone becomes a conference member and doesn't come the next edition, they stop being a member. Yes. That's a great question. That's not in the Constitution. So that's a great gray area. But for example, if you don't allow for remote registration even, then there's no way someone presenting, well, you can register as in person as well, but you cannot attend. I think those kinds of questions should be what the steering committee might actually start deciding, like, okay, these cases are actually members or not. And so Pablo was presenting all these bodies. This is kind of a summary. We have members. Inside of the members, we have voting members, those that can vote. All of the members have access and the right and kind of the duty to come to the General Assembly, to take part in the General Assembly, to learn about the association, have opinions about the association. Then we have someone to rule the General Assembly, which is the General Assembly Board. And the General Assembly also votes into the Supervisory Board, as we were saying just right now. The role of the Supervisory Board is to make sure that the Executive Board is doing their work and not just, this is to prevent, for example, prevent hostile takeover, for example, that can happen. So we need to have a supervisory board that is independent of all the other bodies to do this. We also have the steering committee. We have the executive board, which are 3 people inside of the steering committee, the chair that is voted in the assembly, and the secretary and the treasurer that are appointed by the chair. And we still have another one, which is the advisory board that is in the constitution. It's not mandatory by legislation, but we included it in our constitution, that is providing advice to the steering committee, and according to the constitution can work on projects proposed by the steering committee. And those are senior researchers. So in the advisory board, there are only people that have been part of the steering committee, and basically they are there to support the steering committee. Our proposal is to have the task force as a parallel body to the advisory board, but for early career researchers. So we have one body that is for senior researchers to support the steering committee, but we don't have a way in for early careers in this whole structure. So our proposal is for the task force is to be that way into this whole structure and to help the steering committee in feedback, providing, helping in projects and all of that. Of course, we also have assistant staff, which are specific functions that so the executive board can hire or ask for volunteering of specific tasks, like the webmaster, like the publication chair, and the new appointed publication chair, Alight, and publicity chair. So this is the whole scheme of the association. Okay, so basically the task force role, what in our idea is that we are a working group oriented to early career researchers, parallel to the advisory board, that issues opinions on subjects that are important to the steering committee. So the steering committee can have the opinion of the early career researchers, but also a way for the early career researchers to come inside of the association, and you have a clear way into the association, because until now it was a bit hard. It brings ideas, constructive criticism, so we should try to criticize sometimes what the steering committee is doing, or at least provide some kind of provocative position, implement support, and being guided also by the steering committee, so we can be prompted by the steering committee to work on a certain project. Why does it matter? Because we need a way for early careers to enter the association, because that's one of the big problems right now. We don't have enough voting members to take some of the roles in the association that need to be taken. So this is one of our proposals to actually have that. So the task force this year is me, Joanna, Alight, Piera, and Ken, who's not here. What did we do until now? We, similarly to the previous task force, we decided to follow a bit the same structure, and we wrote a letter of what are our concerns as early career researchers and what we can help. So some 5 initiatives that we thought could help solve part of those concerns. So we identified 4 main concerns. Many of those have been discussed during this conference, actually, and we provide 5 possible. So we also just commit with what we think we can help, which is we need to have a good balance, but at least some initiatives where we commit to do something to help solve these concerns. How to contribute? If you have ideas, if you want to be part of the task force, if you have interest, because at some point we need to rotate. So if you actually want to provide any kind of feedback, we have an email account, like a forwarder. We have a page where you can read a summary of our positions and also the full open letter to the community of our concerns and proposals. And our 4 main concerns are the declining involvement of the community. We feel that there's less involvement because it's kind of scattering apart. and there's more and more obstacles to coming to the conference, and has been a problem, I think, for longer than we are posing it, but we're still concerned about that. The positioning of ACC as inside of this Gen AI ecosystem. What is ACC? Does ACC welcome Gen AI, or is it trying still to push sometimes Gen AI outside as not being completely creative? This should be more explicit in the website, in our opinion. The attractiveness of ICCC as a venue, because as early career researchers, we need funding to come to the conference. And at this point, sometimes we cannot submit to ICCC because, well, it's not good for our citation record. It's not that good for our funding situation because many universities will not provide the funding because it's not one of the rankings, like it's not so good in the rankings. And especially, I think most of these decisions should actually be done based on data. I think it's very interesting how we don't collect enough data from the community, and we discuss things, but there's a lot of things that could be much better be decided if we had just surveys. There's a lot of conferences that do surveys during their conference, and we did one this time because the task force decided that it was good, but I think part of the decision-making process should be collecting data and actually taking decisions based on that data. So the 5 initiatives are, so regarding the community, we think we need to make new like early career researchers take part and have hold a bit of the future of CC. So for that, we are proposing to have a future of CC collaborative paper with 50, 60 early career researchers on what are the open problems in computational creativity, so that each one of these researchers takes a bit and holds has an opinion on what should be the future of CC. The second one is the ICCC survey. So this is the QR code for it. So if you haven't all done it, please do it. Basically, we are collecting data to make those decisions and help the steering committee and guide the decisions. We have an open letter to ICCC'27, Maya and James, of suggestions that we have been collecting so that we can brainstorm and collaborate on finding good solutions for whatever problems might happen. We have a bunch of ideas, and we would like to share with the organizing committee, because sometimes sharing it with the steering committee doesn't go the whole way through the organizers. So I think it's better to do it directly to the organizers. An ACC event partner program. We think that ACC wins by collaborating with other events on topics like creativity. So we are trying to make a proposal on how this partnership could take place, or in what form this could work both and benefit both ACC and the other event. We are brainstorming, so if you have ideas, also contact Piera in this case, or just the task force. And lastly, we are trying to make another proposal for a Dash tool seminar in a way to also bring again all the people interested in this topic. Simon talked about the Dash tool seminar before. I think it might be time to do another one and just bring everyone back together and decide. Now there's many more people, so it will be hard to decide. But I think it will be an interesting initiative. If you have ideas of other initiatives, please just contact us. We are trying to make a list of ideas so that we can iterate over and at least keep track of. We are a community full of ideas and full of creativity, so I think we can take advantage of that. But instead of just going away, we can collect that and keep track of those ideas. So basically that was my presentation. I would like to hear more opinions, questions, if you have questions about, and I would like to ask my colleagues from the task force to come if they want to give a word. Joanna? So questions, yeah. Go.
Okay, a question for you guys would be, and okay, full disclosure, I used to sit on the previous task force, right? My question for you would be, what do you need to keep going? What do you need to keep as a motivation to go beyond 1 year? From the steering committee, from the community, from each other?
You want to answer something?
I have one word, that's it. And implementation of our ideas.
But you mean? Okay, you mean as a task force or?
As task force members, right? I mean, the task force lives from its members. It doesn't exist if the members don't keep going, right? What do you need as a motivation to keep going?
Yeah, no, then I guess what Allied said, but more than implementation, I guess even just being heard, like knowing that the things we propose are kind of valued and taken into account, then the implementation might be hard in some cases. So, yeah.
I also think that I don't think we should just keep going as the task force. I think some of us can do like 2-3 years at most. I think this should be something that rotates. This should be a body that welcomes new early careers and should be an entry. And that's the only way to do it, is to actually have 1 year. Okay, we're going to commit to doing this for this year, and then welcome some new people, maybe keep one to help organize. That's another thing. We are thinking of trying to find a way to actually keep the task force, but welcome new people. And this is part of it. Present it to the General Assembly. It's a pity that many of the newcomers actually didn't come to the Assembly, and we didn't have an opportunity to present the task force as well as we wanted during the conference to reach more people, because those are also members, and we are not reaching them. Yeah.
We have an issue here because we need to produce some legal documents that have to be signed for the General Assembly, but this doesn't need to be the General Assembly. Would you mind if we sort of close the General Assembly first, and then we can go and do and then you can carry on with this, and we only just wouldn't appear in the minutes as explicitly. Is that okay? So does anybody have any other business for the General Assembly?
But I want to make sure that we sort of address it formally as a community. A number of us will not be able to safely attend next year's conference. I think that it's not actually going to be that bad, but I suspect that we can't predict the precise nature of the immigration settings or the enforcement settings or the policing settings. It's likely only going to be instances where you interact with federal forces, which is not very often once you get into the Republic of California, sorry, the state of California. But I think you should go if you feel safe, if you're able to. I think you should go. I'm not arguing to not go. I think we should hold the conference in San Jose. I think we should do it, right? I'm entirely supportive of this issue, but I think it would be irresponsible for us to leave this meeting without saying that we respect and understand that many people will choose not to attend in person next year to the United States because they are not a place that many of us would feel safe. And that is not our community's fault. And that it is possible that attendance rates will be down and that there'll be a greater financial cost to the institution. And that's okay. So we've got 40 grand in the bank and it's only going to be for 1 or 2 years, right? Right? Yeah. But We need to make sure, and I was chatting to Meyer about this, and the team for next year, James as well, are absolutely on board with and supportive of this. We need to make sure that there's greater support of hybrid attendance for next year, because it may unfortunately be necessary for some members of the community. And Maya agrees with me and James agrees with me, but I don't want anyone to go away from this year's ICCC thinking, damn, I really would have wanted to submit next year, but I don't think I can. That's kind of just a comment, but I think it's a comment that needed to be said now before we all go back to our universities. I'll reiterate, if you feel safe, please go.
Thank you. Any other business? Sorry?
Does this mean that we are now does this mean that we are now an hybrid conference? Because okay, I'm totally okay with it. I'm just trying to understand what we have decided, assuming we have decided, because everybody was in favor, and I'm certainly in favor. Don't take me wrong, but it's an important decision.
No, I don't think we've decided anything. Unless we vote, we haven't decided anything. It's just noted and we'll take into account.
Here. So the highest priority to make sure that people who submitted and got in and can't make it to the country can have a meaningful way of participating. It's kind of a grayscale on how far to push that, because we are dealing with the fear of the United States against the desire to have an in-person conference. So we don't have the details completely finalized, but we're working on it, and there'll definitely be a hybrid up. No. I think it's. Do you want me to use that? Hello? Yeah, that is better. Anyways, we're trying to figure out where to be on the spectrum between fully hybrid, everybody's encouraged to participate online, to people who couldn't get a visa can participate online. It'll be somewhere in between. I do want to point out something fairly obvious. If as a community we're genuinely concerned about doing it in the US, it would have been nice if somebody else had volunteered to host that year. Otherwise, the concerns, you know what I mean? Kind of like the depths of the concerns don't seem as serious when there wasn't a single other alternative. And I would have much preferred to have done it in the US at a time that people felt more comfortable, right? So I think that I really would prefer that when we have serious concerns, that some people would kind of like give a practical solution rather than just make it more difficult, right?
Just to give you my 2 cents on that, I think we should do it in the United States, precisely because we are in this situation. So for me, this is one of the reasons why we should do it there. We plan to do it there. We did it there many times before. There is absolutely no reason for us to change. Am I going? Probably not, but not because of the political situation, simply because it's either I send my students or I go myself, something along those lines. And it's hard to me to justify doing such a large travel to go to this particular event. This has to do with funding problems in Portugal and so on. Anyway, I would be strongly in favor of allowing hybrid participation. But if you do it, I believe it should be no questions asked. It's not okay, in my opinion, to say, well, why aren't you coming? Are you afraid? Well, you know, we cannot do this as a community. That is really not okay. So for next year and maybe for upcoming years, I would say that the preferred mode of participation is on-site. And I believe all of us like to go to ICCC and have a great time being there, at least I have, but allow for remote participation. And let me just add this, we already do. We already allowed several people to present remotely. And by not announcing it, we are losing submissions and we are creating something that is not entirely fair. Because some people are allowed to present remotely, others are not. This is an unclear situation, in my opinion. We should allow remote participation.
Okay, sorry about this. We're a bit pressed for time because of these legal constraints. Just along those lines, maybe what we need to do is to consider that for next year we can have an explicit mode of registration for online participation, and that would also allow people to give support to the conference without necessarily engaging with a wider context, if in case they're either unsafe or feel they don't want to do that. Penusal says we've been allowing people to present remotely in most cases. This was done last year, and I think it was done this year as well, precisely for similar reasons, because these are people who are foreign graduate students in the US who will not be allowed back in if they leave, so they can't come. And for those people, we have allowed remote presentation explicitly. So this would be just extending a similar criterion and making it explicit. So that might help. Yeah, but that's a little beyond. But yes, I mean, we can consider it. Anyway, we don't have to decide this now. It won't be decided now because I think this kind of major decision needs to be made public before, because there are a lot of voting members who are not actually present, and we'll need to actually go through the motions of announcing that this is going to be discussed and then convening the body. But it's good we're taking in all this information. Please let us know, and then there's other channels for these things. So I'm just hoping we can get the legal stuff out of the way, and then you can carry on, and we can carry on as long as you want for the. So is there any other business for the General Assembly? No. So can we consider it closed, and then you can carry on and do the things. Thank you very much, and see you next week.
Yeah, so just regarding the last thing, I had a paper on exactly that topic. So if you want to brainstorm, Maya, I'm open to that. Yeah.
Is this working? Yes, it's working. I'm just going to continue from here. I fully agree with you that there should be rotation in the task force. It's also really important for representation of different people. But also for those people coming in then, it's important to see, okay, why would I join a task force? Well, because the task force is being seen, it's being heard. And I think what I want to emphasize to the steering committee in particular is the task force should have effectiveness. You should be able to see that the things you suggest are not only being seen, but also being put into action to a certain extent, or at least discussed very, very deeply. And to that extent, I would also like to invite the steering committee to reflect on their position and how it differs from that of the task force. Maybe they already are a bit set in their ways. Could that be? I mean, I certainly am. Maybe they already have tenure. You guys don't, right? And that is an important factor. And then take into account, one can also experiment. We can try something out. We can rewind it back. Maybe this agile attitude is actually required in the situation that we're in right now. That's all.
No. Okay. So two very small things, much less deep than what Christian was just saying. But the first one is to kind of summarize, I think, a subtext which was in what you said there, which is thank you, yeah, for volunteering. I mean, you haven't, well, actually you have done something already, but the bottom line is we really need this. And I, at least, appreciate it very much that you've stood up and said you'll take it on. So thank you for that. Yeah, exactly. The second thing is a tiny suggestion to make it a little bit easier, perhaps, which is about the Dagstuhl thing. Dagstuhl is incredibly competitive, and it's miles from anywhere, and frankly, a pain in the whatever to get to. There are now other competing institutions, one of which happens to be in the Netherlands in Leiden, and the Lawrence Center, and it is in a big city, and it's really easy to get to, and it has exactly the same very high standards as Dagstuhl. So I would suggest, I think the idea of something like that is really good, but broaden the focus a bit, and it may make it a lot easier. Yeah.
I mean, to add on to that, for Dagstuhl, when we were thinking of the proposal, we needed senior members of ICCC and senior committee members. So if any senior members that are here would be willing to be part of that or be willing to position themselves there, I was the one leading that effort, so we can chat. Okay.
Yeah, I've done Dagstuhl and Lawrence, and I agree Lawrence is great too. My question was about the kind of year-round support of the community. Bye. Not just the conference. So I've not engaged with the Discord, although I am on other Discords. It's my main means of communication with my group. Do you think, are there any improvements to that? Do you think it'd be better if more senior members were there, or less senior members there, or more effort put into it, or a different communication channel in general? Is there something more we could be doing year round, all through the year?
Yeah, well, we had the reading group, but it hasn't been active so much because Dan was the one leading it. So that would be really nice to bring it back in and have that as a monthly series. And for that, we also would need a senior member to perhaps join us for that.
Something to this topic.
Yeah, I remember on Monday, me chatting with Antonius. Yeah.
I'm next, don't worry.
Go ahead, go ahead. No, but just on the topic of having recurring events, I mean, I mean, I don't remember who exactly, but the Discord was created a couple of years ago. I think, João, Luis, you were involved. And the reading group kind of worked, but it's tough to kind of manage it. It's almost like you need to volunteer and really be on top of it. And so I think, like, I don't know, I don't really know much about Discord management, but there should be like a specific role maybe for that, maybe inside the task force. I don't know. Just a quick word on that.
Yes, so my opinion is that actually, I think we bonded a lot over the reading group, and there's other people that I consider good peers in the community because of the reading group. So I think those kind of initiatives are very important to create this sense of community, and I think we should keep doing these low effort kind of events, because that's another thing. Everyone is very busy. It's okay. And then was really good at doing that. It's like, it's a low effort event. It's like, okay, we are all informal about it, but we're doing something together. We are just commenting on stuff. I actually, after then stopped for a year, I still brought it up for one more year. And this year, I was handling all of these other things, the task force. So if you are one of the early career researchers and want to actually do this, you can come to me and I can help as well. I just cannot take another role at this point. So I think it's also because of that. It's like, there's not so much of a, I think sometimes early career students are a bit afraid of being proactive in this community for some reason. I don't know why, but I think we should actually call for them to be proactive and do initiatives. So if you want, I can help.
Sorry, I have the microphone. If there's no online code of conduct on the Discord and that is not enforced, then that basically also means mandatory first name, last name basis. this is not a community. I'm sorry, this is an anonymous chat room. It's a different thing. So there needs to be also some moderation, not only in the proactive sense, but also on like just making sure that everybody doesn't feel like, there's these random people in there and they're talking and what's going on, especially when it becomes a popular thing, which we all want. I have some ideas about other things, but I think that I wanted to say, I've said it to many people, this needs a bit more clear code of conduct rules and enforceable ones.
We agree. We kind of suggest, I think it was in one conversation with you that Joan decided to actually provide some rules or like some.
They're not enforced.
They are not
So-
enforced. We don't have, at least now, the means to actually have someone enforcing that. We try to actually say, at least I try to make people or to say, oh, okay, you're here. I don't know who you are. You don't have your name. Please, can you provide your name? I think if everyone tries to do a bit of that and know the rules and try to enforce them, it's not a solution. But maybe if you have ideas, maybe you want to help us. No, exactly. That's what I thought as well. No, but yeah, I think at this point, I think it needs to be a distributed load. If someone wants to take that as a role, we are open to that as well. So if you want, this is actually a lot of different opportunities for new researchers to have a role and to feel a bit more that they have a part in this community, which is important for us. I think I feel much more part of ACC now that I can take part and I have a role in a way or something to do in a way. So that's important for this feeling of belonging. Yes.
So I'm a little bit in a life crisis, just citing Simon there. It's a categorization crisis because I'm a professor. I have 7 years as a professor. I wouldn't consider as a early career researcher. I don't think so. But I'm not a senior member. Why? How can I participate? How can I take part on the things if I'm is there any not?
I mean, for me, speaking as Piera, not as the task force, if you as a professor have enough time for the task force, welcome.
Yeah,
The problem is that usually the more you go, the less time you have, right? So I guess this is the reason why
You just put some kind of category, but it's like was just to start. It's open for participation.
Again, I'm speaking like as Piera here.
I think this is a very interdisciplinary area. So we are always welcoming other people from other areas that are actually, that they realize, okay, this is actually an interesting topic. I think it's not like you are early career, but you are early in this area. So yeah, when I say early career in this, I think you should consider yourself. So this is one way for you to come into in my opinion, should be also serve for you.
So thank you.
And those in your situation, because there's several people, yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say a word of caution, especially to you. So this over emphasis on early career versus late career, I guess. So you may think you have more time than people in late career, but if you want to reach a late career, I don't know if you should consider yourself as having a lot of free time. So yeah, don't let other people tell you that they're too busy, so the youngs must do everything. Must be balanced.
I agree completely. I think we need, so basically that's why we're doing what we are proposing. It's like, this is what we think we can accomplish in this year. We can hear proposals from the steering committee, but we need to be very careful on what we actually can do. And that has happened to me. For example, there's a time that a lot of people were like, okay, you're the webmaster. Now you're the webmaster of ICCC. Now you're part of the task force. Now you're part of the steering committee. And at some point it was like, oh, maybe we need a treasurer. And I'm like, no, sorry, I cannot be the association. There's several roles for that.
Yeah, just in terms of what could be done before next year's conference. one of the things that I found very puzzling is the channels through which the association and conference is present communicating at the moment. I think that's, what is it? Instagram, Facebook, X. Who is still on X, and what does that say about us, you know? Honestly, like most people are on Blue Sky now, on LinkedIn, academics have migrated widely, and actually staying on some of these mediums also says something about the community. And if only that they're slow to react and potentially more. So, you know, first thing is to actually make sure we're visible, and then everything else follows.
Yes, and do you have any suggestions and ideas to share? You can contact me by email, and maybe I will consider it to share.
Share email dedicated to the publicity of ACC in general, and also the publicity chair email account, so you can also email Joanna through that. And basically, she helps the association being visible. That's actually one of her tasks. And also, she helps the ICCC follow the standard procedures. So maybe if we want to make changes on those standard procedures, that she might be one person to contact. Hope there's not too many more questions.
I wanted to touch on something that came up 5 or 6 years ago in the previous instance of the task force that I was also a member of, and which I think that maybe deserves a bit of a discussion now. I recognize and appreciate that particularly early career folks, but also the rest of us, are interested in making sure that this conference is more visible, and that there are certain prestige markers in our field for that, rankings and indexing and so forth. I think indexing makes a great deal of sense. The ranking systems, there is actually some conflict. Core in particular, the computing conference ranking that is most central to computing conferences, ranks a conference on how much of a computer science conference it is. And I see old timers nodding, they're like, yeah, no, everyone knows that. Maybe some people don't, right? One of the things that you get ranked down on in core rankings, we've been through the core ranking system before. I believe we got a C, which is not a particularly high rank. One of the things that we got marked down on was the percentage of our program committee that was recognized computer scientists, defined as also on the program committee of other higher ranked core conferences. So to be a highly ranked core conference, you actually are pushed convergently towards the kind of reviews that come from the kind of people who serve on other conferences. It is a homogenizing effect. If we want to be vibrant and interdisciplinary, which I believe we do, and I believe that the open letter says that we do, the task force wants us to do, that is actually to some degree in conflict with wanting to have a high core ranking, because they want us to be more computer sciencey. I'm not saying we shouldn't try to achieve some kind of ranking or prestige, or that we shouldn't look into some way to boost the recognition of our papers, but we can't just say number go up equals good, because it comes with associated socio-political costs.
Okay, I can provide an opinion. Yeah, that was one of the things we discussed a lot. It's true that I think during the conference, my opinion has kind of shifted a bit. We were a lot for having a better core. To be honest, one of our approaches to have a better core that we have been discussing is actually to go away from the computer science classification. Because actually that's much more competitive, and it's not serving the purpose, and it's homogenizing the way you're saying. So that might be one solution, perhaps. Another thing is, I agree when I think you summarized on Discord very well. I don't think we should try to be an AA star conference. So I think that we need to make it appealing for the universities to send their students here. Maybe we can find other ways. At this point, there's a big constraint on those kind of metrics, and that's something that's been posed upon us, and basically need to navigate together. So yeah. Okay.
Yeah, here I would like to also say something. Okay, I understand we don't want to become conference for the computer scientists, fine. But then can we try to become a conference that is approved for other disciplines? And is it only like, I've been thinking also, why not having a special issue in some recognized journal? I know that in the past there was the attempt of making a journal, but making a journal itself is hard. Why can't we do a special issue on computational creativity in some sort of recognized journal that only the papers that are in the conference can, like, you know, have a full version, submit to the journal? Then of course the peer review there at the journal has to follow the standards of the journal. Maybe there will be only 10 papers every year, but at least coming to the conference is also an opportunity to then be published in this, I don't know, whatever journal we are thinking about. Could that be an option too? Because, okay, like we can't just from scratch decide we're not we're not a C conference, we're a B conference, whatever, but maybe we can push with some other sort of attractiveness. Yeah, I think there was. Yeah.
It's maybe not a very interesting thing to say, but I mean, I think maybe I misunderstood, but I heard a difference in what you two were saying. I think you were saying that you don't want a core ranking, right, for that reason, not that you do want it for that reason. So I don't. A lot of the people here want to be interdisciplinary. That's why they're here. Yeah, and there is no interdisciplinary category in many of these things. That's the fundamental problem. So I agree with you about the special issues, and part of the reason for being special issues would be that we can go to different journals. It doesn't all have to be computer science. It could be cognitive psychology. It could be all sorts of things. There are indeed, yeah. Almost none of them are interdisciplinary in exactly the right way for us, but that doesn't matter. You don't have to choose, right? And then just one very small point: the reason that the journal of Computation and Creativity folded was that in the space of 3 years, we had 3 submissions. One of those is from outside the field. So there just wasn't a demand for it. And I think it's important to remember that.
Yeah, but that's why I'm not proposing to make our journal. Yeah, exactly. If it's already established journal, then it would be easier. But I think Antonio's also.
Antonio, just one thing. Is it important? Is it because okay, so we have the bus to the Biennale in 5 minutes, I suppose. 2:30. Okay. I was like, what? Okay, we need to leave at 2. That's the point. So basically we have 5 minutes. Yeah, is it okay, Antonio?
Why do we need to leave at 2?
Huh?
Why do we need to leave at 2?
No. We should leave at 2, I think. Is it? We should.
But why?
Because I suppose the local organizers are saying. I suppose there's limitations on the rooms or something like that. I don't know. Leave the room, I mean. But if you, once again, if you have suggestions, questions for the task force, please reach out. We want to hear your feedback, and thank you so much for your time.